had my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the Missouri Army National Guard. Aired by the Missouri Broadcasters Association and this station.
What is dedication?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Get hurt in the game? We tough it out. Feel exhausted? We push on. Feeling down? We pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But there are times when bootstraps aren't enough. When stress gets to us and we need to talk to someone about what we're really going through. So we're going to reach out because sometimes mental health is not a one-person job. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey guys, it's C-Dot here to remind you to download the Odyssey app so you can listen to 96.5 wherever you are straight from your phone. You have the option to listen live, listen on demand throughout the day at your convenience, or you can listen to any of our original podcasts like Character Concerns and 249 Miles of College Football. Plus, if you're in Kansas City, you can listen to the play-by-play of the Chiefs game with Mitch Holtis, Danny Hughes, and our guy Kling. Download the free Odyssey app today and follow 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Wake up with Fescoe and Dusty. Weekdays starting at 6 on 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
And happy Friday, Kansas City. Please drive safe as we have more snow. Shocker. I'm ready for swim trunks, flip-flops, Coronas, and lime.
I told Mac this morning because I picked him up again, and it's just safe that way. Like, there's no way he was getting out of that used car parking lot he calls a driveway at his house this morning.
Is it that big?
No, it's not big at all. It's just got like 17 cars parked in it, and Max was the one parked furthest down, so you'd have to move like everybody's car, even for him to get out in the morning. So went by and picked him up today, and I told him in the car.
Did he ride in the back seat again?
He did. He said, Jeeves? And I said, yes. Driving Mr. Mac. But no, it's easier that way. Be safe and everything. But I told him this morning, I said, look, I'm ready to go. I'm done.
You were like, I'm done. I'm over it.
Over this snow. Schools are out today again. Olathe, Overland Park. At least Summit's closed. They've been closed all week. Blue Springs closed all week. Shawnee Mission closed now. We've got Blue Valley closed now. So everybody shut it down after one day back. I don't know what was worse, Missouri just shutting it down for the week or everybody going back for one day yesterday, because pickup was a treat yesterday as well. So be careful out there. I didn't think the roads were great this morning. You thought they were a little bit better than I did, Dusty, but then we look up on TV and my God, if you would have left the house 5 minutes later today, you wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, there was a pretty nasty wreck on 435. Right by, what'd you say, 103rd?
103rd and 435, on the Missouri side, bad.
I definitely passed it because I came over the hill and like what it looks like you're driving the Millennium Falcon with all the snow coming at your windshield.
Mm-hmm.
I started seeing like road flares, the MoDOT sign or the truck that says "Get over." There's like a blockage on the exit, and I was like, "That's not good. That's when they're doing this." It's never good. And then, you told me there was, unfortunately, I think a fatality over there.
Two, I think is what it said this morning.
Damn.
So, 435, right, just kind of west of the triangle. That is a
be safe.
Disaster area right now, so stay away. If you can, just be safe, go slow. I received a text this morning from our friend Rob Maloney. He goes, what's going on? How are the roads? I'm like, they're not great, man. They're just not. So for all you wondering why, again, schools canceled and all that kind of stuff, the roads just weren't great. And the snow's supposed to kind of continue on until about 8 o'clock this morning or something, they said. So just hunker down again and kind of wait this thing.
8.
Is it going to dissipate by 8? Is that what they're saying now? Okay, cool. So, just kind of hunker down, hang out, and get drunk and listen to us and watch us on the YouTube channel or whatever you want to do this morning.
Yeah, you can do that. You can go to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. It's on there now, both of our faces. Bob's got his festive scarf on, rocking his Ohio State sweatshirt, ready for the game tonight.
Big game tonight. Let's go.
How tight are Skark's pants going to be tonight? Guaranteed skin tight.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, skin tight gray with a white Texas quarter zip on.
He'll look good, man.
Stole my outfit.
He will look good on the sidelines tonight. Him and Ryan Day, both big games for them, obviously. And last night, my goodness, I didn't get home till the second half started last night of that game, and it really was all I needed, obviously. I mean, that second half last night was as fantastic a football game. And I texted you. I go, I love games like this where I don't have a rooting interest. And Dusty's like, let's go to overtime, right?
Yeah.
And we almost did last night.
I jinxed that. I was like, overtime, here we go. And then it was like, inside slant, interception, James Franklin, puke, fraud, fire him.
1-15 now against AP top 25 teams.
Fired!
I'd like to know how many other coaches have similar records. Like what's Ryan Day's record against top 25? What's Sark's record against top 25 teams? I bet when you start to kind of pull it all out and try to see what everybody's record is against top 25 teams, I bet there's very few coaches that have really great records against top 25 teams. But 1-15, man, that's pretty brutal, isn't it? Like 1-15 against top 25 teams? Whew!
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a conversation to be had in the offices at Penn State with James Franklin, because that was a very interesting way to end the game last night. You had total control. You go to overtime. College, I think it's just, at least in my opinion, Mac, you can help me with this because you're super analytical as well, but you're guaranteed in college football to get the ball in overtime. You're just guaranteed to get it. And I know getting the ball second is, I think, kind of an advantage in college football.
Do you think so? I go back and forth based on the results of the game I'm watching.
Because you can react. At least you have a react. Because if they get a field goal, you're like, all right, we at least just need 3. But if we get a touchdown, we win.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go first and you get a field goal, you're biting your fingernails on the sideline.
Yeah.
Think of it like that Chiefs Super Bowl last year. Getting that ball second, right?
Yep.
Do you want the ball second? Okay,
you know what you need.
Great analogy. Now I understand better. That's perfect.
Yeah,
right.
and they had the ball with 40 seconds left?
Or like 48 seconds left or something like that.
They ran a over-the-middle inside slant, and the sophomore from St. Louis, as they said, got the interception for Notre Dame.
Great pick.
And that quarterback, you could just tell immediately, it was like disheveled. He was just like completely energy sucked out of him. And then Notre Dame, 3 plays, kneel it, get it to the middle. Derek Jeter's son kicks a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's pretty damn good. Like, college kickers, for the most part, are ass.
Well, did you see Notre Dame was the worst college kicking team when he was out, and then they became the best when he came back?
Yeah, it was wild.
Like
amazing. Like he had a bad groin injury, and the old man in the crowd, I love the crowd shots of the parents and the fathers watching, the game and videotaping it.
Had it
right?
This way.
Had it the long way, right? Like grandpa. And he kicks the field goal, and it goes through, and they win, and he lets it record forward for a little bit longer, then you could see him hit the stop button and then start hugging all his buddies in the crowd. I'm like, that's cool, man. That's what being a dad's all about. Seeing your kids do well and having that fun and having successes. And there was no more successes that you could have had than Jeter last night kicking that through. But I guess he had a groin injury. His dad's a chiropractor, and they said
fake doctor.
Yeah, exactly. He worked out the groin injury. Doing some magic by cracking the back and got the guy ready to go. And yeah, I heard that as well last night. I was like, wow, that's a huge swing right there to go from the worst to the best. And that was one of, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be because I usually am, but I think that was one of 2 players that Notre Dame got in the transfer portal, and that's all they've gotten in the transfer portal was their quarterback and their kicker.
And how that, oh, wow. And how'd it work?
Wonderfully, right?
Good job.
Wonderfully. Because their quarterback was with Duke last year, and the kicker was with South Carolina. And they said those are the only 2 guys so far that Notre Dame has used the transfer portal on. Boy, that's good GMing, right? Well, we only drafted Mahomes and Travis Kelce and whatever else. You hit a home run on those. So Notre Dame going 2 for 2 in the transfer portal.
Yeah, Harrison Butker, practice squad player. Thanks, right. Carolina. Other news that we got before we dive into the show, the game officially moved to Arizona. The game that we're talking about is the Rams versus Minnesota. They're not going to play in L.A., obviously, with everything that's going on over there. But they are going to play that game in Arizona now. I don't know how much that shifts. We talked to Alex Gold about it yesterday. If you missed it, check out the podcast. He said it shouldn't really fluctuate the line that much, obviously, because he said the key point is the Rams play there once a year. So it's still not really their home field, but it's like they have more... I don't know.
It's still a disruption to the schedule, though.
For sure.
And you're a team that worked hard all year, got home field advantage, and now you have to travel on the road.
If I was the Rams, I'd leave now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they've already jetted town. And, but also, too, though, I mean, J.J. Redick's house burned down in this fire. I don't know if you guys saw that.
The Lakers fired him?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's really like how many of these players and coaches are being first person affected by
Steve
these
Kerr
fires.
As well,
too.
wasn't it his mom and his mom's house?
Oh, I didn't see that one too. Really?
I thought you sent us something where you said something like it was like thanks Steve or something like that. But
it was Steve Kerr saying, he was. I forget what he was.
But
talking
I thought he
about.
said that he was at his mom's house like 2 weeks ago, and now that house is no longer there,
I missed that part.
or it just missed. It was something like that. But yeah, it was interesting.
So it was like so a lot of these guys could be losing their homes or families and whatnot. So do you leave? When do you leave? Like because if you leave, then you're taking all these folks away from their family in a time where you probably need everybody around to kind of get through this mess that's going on in California. But it's the right thing to do. And, we were talking about the air quality of stuff. But for me, what really is security. How can you put on an NFL game and have security and EMS and all that stuff at an NFL game in Los Angeles when the city is burning? You just can't do that. And so that's why you ultimately move this game, because of how many security and police officers and EMTs and all the stuff it takes to put on an NFL game. Could you imagine if they used first responders at an NFL game instead of out there fighting the fires, what the blowback would be, for the NFL? So it's the right thing to do because the resources just aren't there right now to put on an NFL game, and that's why you have to move it. Air quality obviously bad, what's going on terrible, but you need security, you need police officers, you need EMTs, you need first responders at every game, and if those guys are standing around at a football game and not helping the fires and the victims and all this kind of stuff, horrible look for the National Football League.
You want to feel old for a second?
Yeah.
The Sopranos debuted 26 years ago today, 2001, January 10th. That's crazy.
That's 24 years ago.
Right, yeah, I guess it'd be 26 would be 99.
Yeah, 99. Yeah. I was going to say, I thought it debuted before 2000.
Have you dove into The Sopranos yet, Mac? It's a commitment.
That is top of my list. Oh, dude, no, I know, but I know I'm going
at least an hour.
Yeah,
7 seasons.
That's my kind of show, though. Writing, acting, like I want that, man.
Yeah, you watch 2 episodes a night. I mean, that could expedite it, but I mean, obviously there'll be some nights where it's like, because what I would do when the football season's over, Sopranos. Yeah, and then dive into The Wire.
I was going to say The Wire's on my list. Those are 2 top ones. Okay.
Yeah. Sopranos is outstanding. I mean, you talk about like great writing and great TV shows and character development and all that kind of stuff. Like that's top of the list.
And there's also a band member, Bruce Springsteen, is one of Tony Soprano's main guys. I'll never forget this moment in my life because Springsteen did the Super Bowl halftime show at Pittsburgh, Arizona. And
oh my God, I got one for you.
And so I was like, you guys go down, because we went to the casino, and I was like, you guys can go down the floor. I'm going to watch halftime. And that was obviously when Springsteen did the slide and hit his nuts right into the camera. And my buddy, who's like a huge Sopranos fan, big football player, he's like, damn, that's Jimmy. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, that's the guy from, or not Jimmy, but whatever, what's his name?
Why am I drawing a blank?
Silvio Dante.
Silvio, yeah.
He's like, that's Silvio Dante. I was like, well, yeah, but that's, he goes, no, man, that's the guy from The Sopranos. He goes, I had no idea. He goes, you mind if I sit here and watch this with you? I was like, go ahead, man. Welcome to Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
So that's all the Bruce Springsteen talk for the day, I promise.
Well, I got one for you. So that's Super Bowl, right? I was there working or whatever the case may be when Bruce Springsteen performed the halftime. And the entertainment act usually does like a press conference on Thursday or whatever. They talk to everybody, right? And so I was working in St. Louis at the time, and there was a guy named Howard Balzer who was basically Mel Kiper Jr. before Mel Kiper Jr. and Mel snaked his job from him at ESPN.
The Manpire.
And so Howard's wife was a big Bruce Springsteen fan, and we dared her to go backstage at the press conference and kiss Bruce Springsteen.
Ooh.
You better believe she did.
Did she really? Wow. I'd have done it for free.
You better believe. Oh, we didn't give her anything. We said we dare you to do it. Okay.
Yeah. A little Stevie Van Zandt, baby. Oh, man.
So you would kiss Bruce Springsteen on a dare?
On the lips.
Yeah, why not?
Remember that story where he took a shot of tequila and then drove off on his motorcycle and they tried to give him a DUI and then it got overturned?
No.
You didn't hear about this? True story.
One shot of tequila and they tried
then he got on his motorcycle and drove off, and some Richard cop immediately came behind him, pulled him over, tried to give him a DUI, and then it got settled out. Like, do you know what you're doing? That's the boss.
And it's only one shot.
Yeah, the cop was like, I thought you were born to run, not ride. Either way. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens here on 96.5 The Fan. We come back on the other side. I promise you, we'll get to the Playoff Football Plus a little later on the show. Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. He'll join us in about an hour from now. So you want to be tuned in here on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. Stop me if you've heard this before. New year, new me. Yeah, well, we've heard that before, but hey, it's not just about you. It's about the relationship that you're in to try to, keep that steady relationship going. Add some more to it. Get that extra spark. Have that more energy. So if you're having these sort of issues or you're having these questions in your head, let me give you the answer. It's simply Heartland Men's Health. The treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Schedule a visit with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with the licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They, again, have 3 locations that can serve you. Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So, fellas, get ahead of the curve. Get started before the new year and go see my friends at Heartland Men's Health or call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these amazing game day specials. 14-inch 2-topping pizzas for just $12 OP cups. The other place with 5 great Kansas City Metro locations.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday season or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
When Keller Fire and Safety does routine inspections, the 2 most common fire sprinkler problems are paint and corrosion. A fresh new coat of paint is great on walls and ceilings, but not on fire sprinkler heads, and corrosion buildup happens silently. Bottom line, painted and corroded sprinkler heads will not operate properly. Call Keller to inspect, clean, repair, or replace. Keep your employees and property safe and keep the fire marshal happy.
Keller Fire and Safety. KellerFire.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side, 435 westbound before 103rd with an accident blocking two right lanes. Delays are heavy out of the Grandview Triangle. 49 northbound at Belton, now very slow, coming up from Missouri 58 with an accident before 163rd Street. At Metro Ford, family-owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
I wanna know if love is wild. I wanna know if love is real. So you can understand that, right?
Yeah, you can understand that.
I want to know if love is wild. I want to know if love is real.
Did somebody say you couldn't understand?
That's like all the haters on Bruce. Like, oh, he just sounds like he's like,
No, that's Rocky.
Yeah, I'm a Screamo fan, so you won't.
Turn me up with Clarence, R.I.P.
Yeah, what a great saxophonist.
He's no Bill Clinton.
He's no Kenny G.
Wrong instrument. You know,
Kenny G plays the saxophone. The soprano saxophone.
Oh.
Yes, he does.
I thought he played something different.
No, that's the soprano sax. This is the alto sax or the tenor sax that Clarence Clemens is playing, depending on the...
Mac, you want to guess who Bruce Springsteen's saxophonist is now? It's real easy.
Kenny G.
It's the son of Clarence Clemens, his son.
That's right, it is.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
That's right. Looks just like him as a younger guy. Huge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the big man. 10th Avenue Freeze Out. That'll be our next bump song because that's when the big man joins the band. Shout out to everybody in Kansas City. Be safe. Yeah. Obviously, more snow. We're tired of it. We're ready for the beach. We're ready for the pools. We're ready for swim trunks.
This stuff is over, man.
Yep.
It's done.
Get me out of here.
It is done. And you know it's bad when the kids are over it, too, because kids love a snow day, not a snow week.
Yeah,
especially after 2 weeks of being off.
I kind of comped it to like Thanksgiving week, where you have like your Friendsgiving, then you have your family's house, and then you have either your spouse or your loved one's house, and you're like, dude, I don't want. It's like you were saying the other month. Like you're just like, I'm done with the food. I'm done with like all this family stuff. Like not saying that we're like jerks to our family, but it's like I've seen enough people. I've ate enough food. It's done. It's been a week and a half. I don't want to do it anymore. 12 inches of snow, followed up by 3 to 4, depending where you live, and just over it.
I don't know that anybody north of I-70 really got any snow this morning, though, because I think the line was pretty much like south of I-70. So you got it, I got it, Mac got it. If you're living up in the Northland, I don't think you got it as much as we did, out south. But yeah, I think that's a really good analogy. And I'll even incorporate the entire holiday time, like from like the week before Thanksgiving till like yesterday. enough. I can't eat anymore. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And then we get 12 inches of snow. Then we get 4 inches of snow, and the kids
get it over with.
Just move on. And so I was looking at the 10-day forecast: snow, ice, and the next.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
It's coming.
I was hoping, it was one of those things, like Kansas basketball fan every February is like, we need a loss, get it out of our system. I'm hoping like Mother Nature is getting this out of her system now, and we are done with snow because this stuff ain't going anywhere now. That question we had the other day, is this going to be here by Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Because it's already January 10th and nobody's gone to work. Well, I say that facetiously.
Yeah.
But like school, like all that sort of stuff. And the next thing you know, you're going to turn your head and be like, I got to go get Valentine's Day cards.
Oh, the stuff's up already.
Oh,
yeah. The stuff is up for Valentine's Day.
I went to Hy-Vee
Yep.
the other day. I looked over. I was like, oh, they got their cheese stuff out. Never mind. It's all Valentine's Day.
Yeah. I was in a couple years ago, like a Walgreens or a CVS on December 26th, right?
Jeez.
That's the day after Christmas. And the lady from the card company, whatever they use, Hallmark, American Greetings, is in there taking all the holiday stuff down and putting up the Valentine's Day stuff. Like the next day, I'm like, God, that's just...
Oh, there's people out there that go after the day after Christmas and buy all their decorations. My buddy Alex, his dad Dave, great guy. That's when he buys all the decorations for the next year. It's like 50. It's like the Halloween candy on the 1st of November.
Yeah.
Just go rack it up, man.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No. There's nothing wrong with playoff football either. We are so ready for this. Last night was last night was like the appetizer. The first half, you're like,
that's a hell of an appetizer, though, man.
The first half, you're like,
that's
all right,
bang bang shrimp.
Getting back into the good app.
What is the best appetizer? You guys can weigh in on the text line because that's
like
what
from a chain or
anywhere. I don't care. Like you suggested, I'm in for suggestions as well. But
Stewie McBruce's nachos are good because it's like chicken and beef, and they put it like on a bowl, but like they put queso in the bottom. It's like the white queso. Then they build the chips. Then they put like all the toppings, and then they put more queso on the top. So like by the time you get halfway through it, you get the like hard chip, but you get like that cheese in the bottom. Great appetizer.
That sounds good.
Brussels and cauliflower at 3rd Street Social or Summit Bar and Grill, and then any sort of smoked salmon dip.
Okay.
I'm a huge fan.
I was watching something about cauliflower the other day on TV, right? Because I think it was like one of the cooking shows on Sunday morning or whatever. And they're like, if you don't like cauliflower, you were raised in the 70s or 80s and ate it wrong. And I'm like, oh, 100%, that was me, because everybody loves this cauliflower crap. And I'm just like, not going to do it, because I remember my mother used to just like microwave a bag of frozen cauliflower. It would come out and it was like mush. It was awful. And
like I'll never complain if somebody orders like mozzarella sticks or a quesadilla or wings. Like those are like we always say, play the hits.
Yeah.
Those are the hits. Wings, mozzarella sticks, a spinach artichoke dip's always money in the bank. Shorty, what you drank?
Southwest egg rolls, bro.
Southwest egg rolls.
Southwest egg rolls.
That's your go-to appetizer.
Yes.
So if last
Can you just order a meal as an appetizer?
I think he did. Yeah. I'll take the Caesar salad and
I had that
salmon.
last night,
but actually, I did as well. See, I went to Jasper. We had a meeting last night for BMA last night, introducing all the new dancers for Dancing with the Stars. And
did you do salmon on top?
I did. Yeah. It was really good. Yeah.
I love a salmon C's.
Right. But Mac will order that, and that'll be his appetizer. Yeah. Not sharing with the table.
Well, when we would get hammered and go to Waffle House, Uber there, my buddy would always order the like patty melt as an appetizer, and he'd cut it like into fourths, and we'd all get like a little square of it.
Oh, nice.
And then we'd get our meal.
Oh,
I like it.
Oh yeah, I like it. Dude, you're on borrowed time at that point.
Yeah. I thought you were like actually acting like smart after drinking. I'm like, that's pretty good. They split a meal good. Oh, that's
no.
The
we split the patty melt, and then we would get our own meal, which is the All-Star Special, which I'm sure there's people that listen after hours and give me my order every time. Don't eat it now. But then it was like, all right, you've got an hour to get home and release and go to sleep, because that's what Waffle House will do to you. But speaking of hours and days, we are one day away from playoff football, and we bring up a question for you if you want to be engaged with this, because we would love that. 913-586-7965. Welcome to Fescoe and Dusty with Mac as well on 96.5 The Fan. Best home field advantage is Wild Card Weekend. What say you, Mr. Bob Fescoe?
Well, I think there's a couple, obviously. Baltimore's an unbelievable home field advantage.
27 degrees, clear skies.
Clear skies.
Meteorologist Mac over here.
Yeah, I like that. Baltimore's fun. I was there for that game where they just absolutely owned Ray Lewis. I mean, it was one of the most incredible games that I've seen in person. Stadium, great atmosphere, fun, rowdy crowd.
Like Baltimore Stadium for some reason.
I don't know
what
good
about it.
Yeah.
I know that's where they played the Replacements movie at.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know what it is about that stadium. It's just cool.
It's cool. It really is. The only problem with Baltimore is, like most places, there's nowhere to tailgate. They tailgate under, like, bridges and overpasses and stuff. And, like, but that stadium is outstanding. The fan base is going to be ready to go for that one. The Bills thing is going to be really good as well. That's a great home field advantage. And then Philadelphia, man, like that's a great home field as well. So you got 3 pretty damn good ones right there. But I'm going to lean and I'm going to go to Buffalo on this one because anytime you get a fan base that's willing to jump through a table that is lit on fire, you win.
You don't like that guy that gets sprayed in the face with mustard and ketchup? No. That's a bold move, dude. No. Like, I mean, I've, made ribs before, and I always, put a mustard layer on them before I put anything else. And, like, I will literally scrub my hands, and then, like, 4 hours later, I'll see I still have, like, mustard stains.
Oh, it's the worst. It's like when you're outside in the dirt, and you can never get the dirt off your hands.
The worst thing I've ever seen is a guy in the kitchen at Jack Stack.
Oh, no, please don't.
No. He burned his arm on the grill. Oh! And they tell you to because they had these doors, and you always say, doors open. And you open the door, and then you would shut them, and then he turned, and his arm. So what do you have to do to it burn? Mustard.
I've heard that actually.
So somebody, and he's gonna lose it. But they put mustard on his arm, and it stings. And then they took a wet rag and wiped it and skin. It's brutal, dude. Brutal.
And then they made him go back to work.
No. He got like that burn cream, wrapped it, went to St. Luke's East, and got checked out. I don't know. It was one of the most gnarly things I've ever seen. And then one time this guy pulled the cheesy corn out, and that so hot out of the oven. Brutal story. Either way.
We dropped like a whole pan of...
He like lifted it and like turned, and the liquid cheese on top that's like smoldering hot, all down it. Remember Rocco? He works over at 98.1 now. Rocco Scarfall? Yeah. That was him. Yeah, but I'll ask him about it next time if you ever see him. He's always here Saturday mornings early, so you'd never see him then. But like literally the cheese went all over his arm, and like literally skin started to bubble. He's safe in the kitchen. Home field advantage. So this is interesting because some of these teams are only going to play one home game, right? Some none. Maybe if the Rams lose, they won't play a home game at all because they're going to be in Arizona. But I think the biggest advantage is Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Because, like what you said, like the fans, the atmosphere, and what Mac puts in our rundown, right now, there's a 30% chance of snow. But both days on either side, 50% chance of snow with double-digit winds. I'm never worried about snow or rain when a quarterback plays. Wind is the biggest factor. Yeah. And the cannon is a little bit quieter when there's wind howling. And look, Buffalo, it seems like this is their year to prove it, right? They've got the MVP. They've got the second best record in the AFC. They want the Chiefs. Don't look too far ahead, Buffalo. Use your advantage of being at home because in the rundown it says Bills at Bills, which that's interesting. They're playing their practice.
They're playing themselves. Yeah.
Sorry, Mac. I'm just a jerk sometimes. But no, I think that Buffalo has the biggest home field advantage. Because it is kind of like the Arrowhead atmosphere, right? Like you said,
it's a juvenile, fun atmosphere. Yeah. It's not an old man sit on your hand atmosphere that you see in places like, Tampa, because they're all living in the home.
Right. The other one I think is a huge advantage is Tampa Bay. Because obviously it must be nice, 48, light rain, no wind. Mm-hmm. Like, welcome to Tampa. But 48 degrees in Tampa is kind of interesting, right? Like, that's kind of chilly,
cold,
right?
Yeah,
People be in parkas in Tampa Bay. Like, what are you doing?
Well, they won't be there.
Yeah, and that's a good atmosphere, right? You have, like, speaking of cannons, you have the guns and all that go off every time there's, like, a touchdown or whatever there may be. And this is a game where Baker gets to play at home. And Baker can be dangerous. He said that before. I woke up feeling kind of dangerous, right? Looked like Marv from Home Alone.
Yeah.
And that's a huge advantage for them because Tampa is a team that's kind of scary to me in the NFC. Like, if I'm an NFC team and, like, Tampa comes knocking on my door, it's like, oh, well, they have Baker Mayfield. Well, go look at his numbers this year. Go look at Mike Evans, who's still there. You think Mike Evans is hungry? That guy's done everything in his career to have a playoff run. I know he's won a Super Bowl before, but he's, wanting to solidify more. And they have a little bit of experience in that team, not a whole lot from some Super Bowl runs, but Mike Evans is there. They have a very, very solid thunder and lightning running back. You got Rashard White, who's from local area. You got Bucky Irving, who turned it on halfway through the season. You throw Mike Evans out there, Cade Otton out there with Baker Mayfield at home in Tampa. I like Tampa Bay as their home field as a home field advantage. So Buffalo, Tampa, those are my two.
I think I'm glad that game's the Sunday night game because if I doze off, I'm not going to care. Like that's the least interesting game of the weekend for me. Again, Washington does nothing for me. I hate their uniforms. I hate their logo. I hate everything about that franchise.
You're gonna hate my script then.
So I have no interest in that game
Even
whatsoever.
Even with Jaden Daniels, Rookie of the Year? Okay.
That doesn't matter to me at all. It's just two nondescript franchises, in my opinion. I'm so glad that's the Sunday night game, and I'm not gonna. It'll probably turn into a good one. I'm glad that's the Sunday night game and not like tomorrow night or Sunday afternoon. Like that's the one that I'm like, nah. If I had to take one off the board, that would be it for me because I think the other ones are really compelling. Obviously, we've got a lot of AFC West teams taking place in this postseason. Just to let everybody know on the national level again, the AFC West was pretty damn good this year. So I'm always going to be a fan of the games that involve the teams that we play and beat to win the AFC West. So there's a lot of that this year. Packers Eagles I think is going to be good. The Chargers. Houston game, very interesting because of what's going on out in Los Angeles and the impact that's going to have. The Rams having to move their game. Like, there's just nothing interesting about Commanders and Bucks for me.
Do you think the Chargers are going to be affected by the travel and everything? Because it's in Houston, obviously.
It is.
Okay.
They were traveling anyway. But I think I just put myself in that, and I think as a human being, like, if this was going on right now in our city, like, how would we all be reacting, man? Would you be focused on your job and what you needed to do?
Is Herbert a California kid? Because I know he went to Oregon, but I don't know if he's from the West Coast.
He
seems like he is.
He seems definitely like he is.
I think he is a Cali kid. Because I know Goff's a California kid. Went to Cal.
He went to Cal. Yeah.
Another quarter. Like that's where I dive into because like some of those guys that like just play football there, they're not as affected as the guys that like grew up there, right? Like Herbert and
born in Eugene, Oregon.
Yep.
Okay.
I thought he was from. No, I guess he's West Coast, but.
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah, Northwest.
Yeah, so he's obviously not California, but still, I mean, you're playing there, you're living there, your family's there. I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be tough for both the Rams and Chargers to compartmentalize because all week you've been dealing with potentially evacuating your family, evacuating yourselves, doing all this kind of stuff that matters in life. Oh, and by the way, you got to go prepare for a playoff game on the road. Chargers knew they were going on the road, and now the Rams know. All of a sudden, a home playoff game is now on the road. It shifts everything. We know how creatures of habit these guys are in professional sports, and God forbid one thing goes left instead of right and they lose their minds. But that's kind of how this affects things. I'm very interested to see the performance of both the Rams and Chargers this weekend.
Both of which have experienced head coaches, which I think helps a lot in these sorts of situations.
Sure it does.
Yeah.
Sure
it does. Unknown, you've got anxiety, you've got lots of different things. He's like, hey, I've done this for 20 years. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to help you. Don't worry, man.
Yeah, but this is like something we've never, ever seen before. Like, this is just a situation that nobody in that area is immune from right now, right? Just because you played in the NFL doesn't mean you're immune from these wildfires. I mean, that's why I keep going back to this J.J. Redick thing. Losing his house tells you that's hitting the area where obviously a lot of athletes and famous people and, whatnot live, the big homes out there. And how many people on the Rams and Chargers are kind of dealing with this and trying to figure out ways to deal with real life and then go play a football game.
Speaking of pressure, who's got the most pressure for you guys when it comes to a quarterback in this playoff round?
Are we talking just this weekend, or are we
I
talking?
would say this weekend. We can dive into it more
yeah.
once everybody's been fizzled out and we have the real playoffs start in 2 weeks.
And then next week. Of this weekend's playoff games, the easy answer is Lamar, right? That's the easy answer.
Not in my opinion.
But I'm going to go with an answer that I think is a little bit more. I honestly, right now, the pressure this week's on Sam Darnold. After having that stink performance the other night against Detroit on national television, everybody's looking at Sam Darnold right now like that kid from Penn State going, I don't know if he's got it. And so I think for him, it's important to go out there because not only is winning on the line, payday is on the line for Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a big bonus if he wins a playoff game because I'm sure that was like considering what
we'll give you $1 million if you win a playoff game.
And then Uncle Sam will take half or 60%. I think it's Josh Allen. Look, I'm not hard on Josh Allen.
What?
I'm tough with Josh Allen because this is his year. This is the year that Josh Allen is the MVP. This is a game where if you want to be that guy, you play the Denver Broncos, who I think is a good team, but they're with a rookie quarterback coming into your house that we just spent time talking about when it comes to their stadium and how crazy it can be. And this is a game where you're supposed to lock this up quickly, efficiently, and move on.
Yeah.
I get it. Dusty, it's playoff football. Everybody in these playoffs are good. We're going to be back on Monday, and I guarantee you I'm going to get clowned on because there's going to be like four, 5 maybe blowout games.
Could be a lot of blowouts this week.
Just like in college football in the first round, there were blowout games everywhere. But again,
do we really need to increase the playoff field then?
No. Denver, right? Denver is an 8.5-point dog against Buffalo. Buffalo is this team that, they have their sights set on the AFC Championship game in Arrowhead against Kansas City Chiefs. That's what they want. That's what they may get. And if they do that...
But you know what happens when you do that?
When you look ahead, you get a little shaky. Yep. And now, I know the regular season's awesome, and the regular season's fun because you've always got some other week to back up on. But again, this is the playoffs. The clock moves quicker. Players are more, adapt to the surroundings. Everything is different. The lights are brighter. And this is a game where I think there's a lot of pressure on Josh Allen because, hey, man, everyone thinks this can be your year where you can actually challenge Patrick Mahomes because you essentially did what Patrick Mahomes did after they got rid of Tyreek Hill. Nobody knew your wide receivers. You had your main target, and you just kind of put the team on your back and won the MVP.
Sure.
You want to be in that conversation? You want to get to that battle again to face him for the 4th time in the playoffs? You got to take care of business. You got a rookie quarterback coming into your house where you could say, not yet, kid. Still me. Not kid, but it's not you yet. This is Buffalo. This is what we're known for. Sit back and watch us put on a show. And I think there's a lot of pressure with Josh Allen there. And I think it's, Denver's got a good defensive line. They got good pressure. Can Josh Allen be, contained? I don't know. I know that I'm hard.
What?
I know that I'm hard. I said on Josh Allen.
Well, nobody knows that. I mean, that's what we heard right there.
Subjective.
I think obviously there's a lot of pressure on Josh Allen.
I like the
right?
Lamar take, but again, people will give him an excuse because Zay Flowers is
Zay Flowers,
and I'm not hearing that. No,
yeah, okay.
we watched Mahomes with Kadarius Toney, Marquez Valdez-Scantling on the road. Do it.
Those
Lamar,
are good wide receivers, though.
Yeah, miss me with that. Lamar
what did Zay Flowers do last year in the playoffs? Oh, that's right. He flexed and then fumbled.
Yeah. What did MVS do last year in the playoff? Iced a game.
You had a great game
against those Ravens. Poor MVS, man. He had a touchdown taken away that would have been an incentive.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
You're a 2-time, maybe 3-time MVP. Win this game. Win this game at home.
So
I don't care that your wide receiver's
Baltimore.
out.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
So
I don't want to hear that excuse.
You say Darnold, I say Allen.
Yeah. I'm fine with any of those three. Yeah, I'd go Lamar, though.
Is there any pressure on C.J. Stroud?
No.
So their house money.
I'll get to it in my script.
I don't know that they're house money. I just don't think people care. Just being honest with you, who cares about the Texans?
We know they're bad. That's part of it.
Who's got more pressure out of these 3 quarterbacks? C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels.
Oh, I don't think any of them have any pressure.
Really, I guess CJ, but none of them really.
Yeah, I don't think any of them really do.
Is that dangerous or is that good?
No, it's dangerous because they don't care. They're just out there slinging it. Like, I want to get back to your Buffalo take here for a second because I do think Sean Payton is the better head coach in that game. The man has won a Super Bowl. The man has won a lot of playoff games. The man has dominated for a very long time. Sean McDermott has not, right? Sean McDermott has not been around as long as Sean Payton has. Now, I still think Sean Payton should have won more than one Super Bowl, but as Patrick Mahomes continues to rack these up, how many people are going to get an opportunity, to win Super Bowls? But I think having Sean Payton on that sideline is a really big factor. And also, you mentioned Bo Nix not a kid. I think that plays in as well, too, because he's older. And, you're not 21, 22 years old. You're 29, 30, however old Bo Nix is right now.
24.
Right. With a Super Bowl winning head coach alongside. Like, I don't think Bo Nix is going to go in there and be like, oh, my God, this is the playoffs. I think Sean Payton and that staff in Denver is going to have him ready. And we'll get to it in the script later, but I do think one of the Chargers or the Bills, I think one of those two teams is going to lose this weekend. I think there will be an upset in one of those two games, whether it's Denver beating Buffalo or whether it's Houston beating the Chargers. I think we're going to see an upset in one of those games because the Chargers thing, to me, I'm just still with the Fires, and I don't know, man. There's just something about Sean Payton and that experience that I think matches up well with Buffalo.
Do you have sad violin music you can cue up?
Yeah, if Tyreek Hill announces going to be traded again?
No. Oh. You just let me know when you're ready to push play.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. You're going to hate this.
Okay.
You might like it. Somebody finally likes you and not me.
Oh.
All right, here we go.
Got it?
Yep.
Friday afternoon. I'll bring this up again. But early on a Friday morning, we have been poised from the text line from the 620. Come to the king, don't miss, baby. I have tried many times from the 620. I cannot connect with this show anymore. Bob and Josh was the best radio team in the city for many years. Those guys pulled me through a lot of dark days. R.I.P. to Fescoe in the morning. I find it very similar to the day that ruined the Don Fortune show.
Oh, my God.
It's like Bob is taking a back seat on his own show. Hang in there, Bob. Last time I checked, it was called Fescoe and Dusty. Hey, 620, I hope you have a great Friday. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your life. And I'm sorry, but you don't want to listen to the other show because I can tell you for a fact, people are listening.
People are listening. No, we're number one. I'll just put it that way.
Oh. What was that?
Whoa. Really?
You want to say that in my other ear, Ace? I think you... Okay. Sorry, 620. But in all respect...
I mean...
Kiss my ass. Coming up on the other side of 96.5.
This is why I don't read the text.
You got to.
You don't. It's
I cannot connect with this show.
How old are you? You referenced Don Fortune, so that tells me you've been around for a long time, and I appreciate that, and I love you for it.
Yeah.
I just got to say, I'm kind of liking life right now.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm loving life right now. Hang in there. Maybe that guy can get a trophy for the saddest violin song ever. Coming up, Micah Parsons wants a trophy that he's not going to be around for, let alone anybody in Dallas will be. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, and some other jag here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm really excited because tonight we foal. That's right. We're going foaling tonight. And you know what? A lot of schools are canceled today. Maybe you want to get the kiddos out. The snow is supposed to stop mid-morning. You're looking for something to do because everybody has cabin fever. Go foaling. Go have some fun today with the kiddos. Once they get the roads cleared, I know everybody's off of school. You want something fun to do for kids, for adults, for a date night, for a party. It doesn't matter. Foaling is perfect for everything. Foaling is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. Come take your best shot at KC's funkiest sports entertainment venue at 435 and State Line. It's bowling with a football. You're going to set up those bowling pins, you're going to knock them down with a football, and you're going to have the best time ever. And they have a world-class bar whipping up any cocktail you want and a beer selection that is second to none. Plus, with Foaling, when you're doing a party or just hanging out, bring your own food in. That's right. You can bring your own food to Foaling. So if you want pizza, if you want barbecue, if somebody wants something different than everybody else, you can do that as well. Foaling allows you to cater your own events. And you have to see it for yourself to believe it. It is so much fun. So we'll be down there tonight at 435 and State Line, foaling around and having fun. Reserve your lane at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com and get your foal on.
All right, football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we have 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with a great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, then you'll get your bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, you also have 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/KFN. Use my promo code to be a part of this epic run. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook app and official sportsbook partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus back that expires 7 days after streak. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem. Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit KSGamblingHelp.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got that snow out there today. You're going to need my friends over at Jay's Southland Tow. A lot can happen when the roads are a mess, right? We've seen it already this morning. Cars are going off the side of the road. People are getting stuck. And if that happens to you, panic's going to set in. But I want to take that panic away from you. I want you to know that Jay's Southland Tow Service is there for you. But I got to have you put their number in your phone, especially today. It's cold out. Maybe your car doesn't start and you need a jump start. Or maybe you do get stuck on the side of the road. Or you have a dreaded accident. Jay's Southland Tow wants to help you fast. 816-779-4TOW. 816-779-4TOW or southlandtow.com. So keep that number handy. Keep that number ready to go. No matter where you are in the metro, you may need Jay's Southland Tow. Today, tomorrow, the next day, they're going to be there for you. And when you call them directly, you don't have to wait for the insurance company to send somebody out. As soon as you call, they will arrive. So give them a call today when you need them. 816-779-4TOW or at southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. And Tammy from from the Westin, it's Jay's Southland Tow. There's nothing they can't do, so be in the know and use Jay's Southland Tow.
Your projects begin here. The Casey Remodel and Garden Show, presented by Renewal by Anderson, January 10th through 12th at the American Royal Center. 3 days only for great deals, new ideas, and practical advice with trusted local experts. See twin sisters Leslie Davis and Lindsay Lamb from HGTV's hit show Unsellable Houses on Friday and Saturday. Shop, compare, and save on kitchens and baths to outdoor living and more at the Casey Remodel and Garden Show, January 10th through 12th. Buy tickets early and save at CaseyRemodelandGarden.com.
It's just not normal. The pain calls from chronic joint pain day after day. But some of you have dealt with that pain for so long, it's become your new normal. Short-term fixes are not working. Make the decision now to say no, not going to live with it. Get moving again in 2025 with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people with pain have discovered these cellular treatments and they're living life again without that constant pain in their joints. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies, and so much more while watching the big game. And now Daisy came out with a Daisy French Onion Dip, a Daisy Ranch Dip, and these are a game changer. They're as good as homemade dips because they have real herbs and spices in them. They're ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. So you need to get out to the store now and give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip everywhere.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric on the Missouri side. 435 westbound before 103rd Street with an accident blocking 2 right lanes. The exit also blocked with that, and things are solid back into the Grandview Triangle with that. Money-back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you aren't just buying products. You are securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule your complimentary proposal online at anthonyphc.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Just on the city bed, scooter searching for his groove. Seem like the whole world.
Stay focused, Dusty. I'll do my best. I hope everybody has a great day. I hope everybody stays kind.
What was that word you used?
Stays kind. I'll no longer tell people to kiss my ass. It's not nice. It's contradicting to what I say at the end of every show, so I apologize. I'll do better. I just find it also annoying that people can literally pull over to the side of the road and type something of hate. So let's do better, Dusty. We will. Thanks for all the support as well from the other people on the show. If I'm not going to focus on one, I can focus on all. I think you guys are the best. Bob, Dusty, and Matt crack me up. Thank you for getting me through my morning with side splitting. I don't know what that means.
Side splitting humor?
I guess. I don't know. Oh, hilariousness. You the best. Thank you.
Don't text us this morning if you're out driving because the roads aren't great. At least they weren't a couple hours ago. I don't know what they are now.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry for the people that just continuously aren't really fans. I can't.
That's
help
right.
you.
There's nothing you can do. You got to move on. You can't worry about the people who don't like you, right? You got to just move on and say, "Hey, sorry, can't please everybody,"
and just do your thing.
You just can't. I mean,
yeah. If you fight your whole life trying to please everyone, you're going to live a miserable life.
Yeah.
Speaking of miserable life, Dallas Cowboys fans and Dallas Cowboys players, Micah Parsons said this.
For the people that kept believing, because we're not done yet. We are not done yet, and I hope that y'all don't think we're done yet. It's going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing thing to see next year when we're holding the trophy. Yes, it's big goals, but I'm telling y'all right now, it's holding the trophy. I'm saying my prayers out loud. I'm saying my goals out loud so y'all can hear them. We're going to be holding a trophy up next year.
I would do more than say it out loud. I'd get back in there and hope everybody stays healthy. You get a better general manager, a different owner, and stop signing every geriatric player out there in the world, and you'll be okay.
Right. Look, I don't even know if Micah Parsons is going to be a Dallas Cowboy next year. Let alone, I don't know if Mike McCarthy's going to be a Dallas Cowboy in 6 days.
That situation, guys, I don't know what you think about it. Like, I believe he's coming back, and if he doesn't end up back in Dallas, and Jerry didn't let him interview with the Bears, I mean, what kind of guy is Jerry Jones at that point?
Unless Jerry already knows who's taking over for Mike, and it's just some underground story that we don't know yet. But to me, this lets me know that at least in my opinion, he is coming back. Because
I think so too, yeah.
If you haven't done it yet, which, again, Jerry Jones, I mean, what's new? Kind of goes at his own pace, does things differently, says that they're going to wait for the last leaf to fall, that sort of stuff, and then paid Dak, paid CeeDee Lamb.
But that's the problem. You're waiting for the last leaf to fall, and then you're paying people too late.
Exactly. And then your quarterback goes out for the season.
Right.
Which, by the way, I think last time Dak Prescott missed a season, last time the guy that got elected, and the Chiefs won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So are we living in a
Yeah. We're living in that universe.
Something to look forward to. But yeah, he says raise a trophy. Dallas isn't going to win a trophy next year.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Dallas, and I ask you guys this question: who wins a trophy first? The guy in New England or the guy in Dallas? Because both of those guys clearly are in their 80s right now, and they're pushing to get a Super Bowl, one more before, their time's up. And Jerry's talked about that. I mean, obviously, Robert Kraft in his 80s has talked about that. If you were a betting guy and could bet on something like this, do you think the Patriots or Cowboys, do you think either of them are set up to win a Super Bowl anytime soon?
I would say Dallas, because Patriots are never going to win that division as long as Josh Allen's there. And if they do, they're not going to beat Patrick Mahomes. And the Cowboys have a better chance because they don't have to go through the AFC.
Yeah, I think from that standpoint, you don't have to go through Mahomes. Okay, you have a better opportunity. I just don't believe in either one of those owners. The Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft situations are very identical. Both of them caught lightning in a bottle with one or two individuals, and they utilized those individuals. Jimmy Johnson in Dallas and Tom Brady in New England. Without those two guys, Dallas doesn't have any championships since the 70s. I guarantee you that. And New England has probably moved at this point in time because they were close to moving in 1995 until Robert Kraft bought the team. So they were actually getting ready to move to St. Louis. And
he stalked them into letting him. Yeah,
he
bought all the land around the stadium.
Bought the stadium. Had this lease with. It's a great story.
It's a great story.
It really is a great story.
Yeah.
Somebody from St. Louis by the name of, I think Bush is the name from St. Louis.
Augie?
Yeah, they own the Patriots for 1 year, and we're getting ready to move them to St. Louis. And Robert Kraft owned the stadium and wouldn't let the team out of the lease. And the Bush family's like, screw this.
Yeah,
whatever. So they sold the team to Robert Kraft. Ipso facto, here we sit. And they became this dynasty. But I think both of those guys have already seen the championships that they're going to see for their organization. Because I don't think either of them are set
Jerry's
up to
fine. He won 3, dude. He should have
30
retired.
years ago now.
I don't care. He still won 3 titles, man.
Yeah.
You
Bob
can't replace
Kraft's
history.
One of the winningest owners ever. So he's probably fine. I would go with Kraft having the better chance just because I really like Drake May. But I get what Dusty's saying too. You don't want to be in the AFC. I don't think the Cowboys are anywhere close.
That's why the Lions are the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Because they don't have to go through Patrick Mahomes until the inevitable, and there's a chance that Patrick Mahomes could lose.
Sure.
Here's the deal. Micah Parsons, fake trophy, but have you ever had, what's the greatest trophy or prize you ever won?
I mean, I did get second place in the Seguin, Texas pie eating contest.
Nice.
Did you lose to Lardass?
I don't remember who it was, honestly. It was 1999.
You laugh, but I know you don't get that reference. It's fine. Stand by me. That's a great scene. Lardass. Eats blueberry pie and then Ralphs it all over everybody.
Everybody.
Make fun of me again, see what happens.
I think it was just like chocolate and whipped cream, or maybe it was just whipped cream in a tin or something like that. But I got a little medal for it. I think I still have it somewhere.
Really?
Binkley is very jealous of this. I get texts from him at least 2 or 3 times a year. Remember when you won that pie eating contest in Seguin? It was second, okay? And it was 26 years ago. But yes, I still remember.
You like pie? You have a prize or a trophy that you won?
I'd say Wyoming Associated Broadcasters Award. I won a couple there when I was doing stuff, producing some commercials and a
nobody else
show
entered.
There. Yeah, that's probably true.
I kid.
Yeah, but for a sports show and a commercial. So yeah, probably
cool.
does.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great. I will say this. I know this is going to make me sound like a nerd, but I won back-to-back fantasy titles in my fantasy league. And
coming up here on 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, we're rolling into a playoff weekend for football, and that means you got to get out your phone, download, I should say, the Underdog app and start having some fun, because I already placed a wager for this weekend's NFL games, and if you're in Missouri, this is for you, because Underdog is available right now to play in the state of Missouri, and it's the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are going to be ice cold? And with over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite players' performances. With their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats. When it comes to yards, when it comes to touchdowns, when it comes to interceptions, it doesn't matter. Just get on the Underdog Fantasy app today and have some fun. Underdog is the only Champs platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. And with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 losses and turn them into a W. So this weekend, I've got Ladd McConkey, higher than 5.5 receptions. Justin Herbert, higher than 231.5 passing yards. Joe Mixon, higher than 73.5 rushing yards. And Joey Bosa, higher than a half a sack. $10 wager, get me $98 in return. So download the app now. Underdog is the best place to play Champs. Download the app, sign up with promo code BOB, deposit now, and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This weekend, only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, get 50% off all activewear for the family. So hurry in this Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 1/11 and 12. Excludes clearance and licensed.
It's cold outside, and the cupboard is bare. No worries. Let Hy-Vee do the shopping. With Aisles Online, it's easy. Go to Hy-Vee.com, choose your store, select your items, and schedule a convenient pickup or delivery time. Right now, get $10 off any $125 Aisles Online purchase. What could be better? We do the shopping and deliver your groceries. You stay warm and save money. Download the Aisles Online app or go to Hy-Vee.com today.
As the Chiefs go for a three-peat in the big game, Hy-Vee's making my life easier. Hy-Vee's my one-stop shop for all game day needs. From official Chiefs apparel to fan favorites, including wings, ready-to-bake pizza, and freshly prepared dips like spinach artichoke, street corn, and buffalo chicken dip. Hy-Vee has Chiefs-themed cookies and sheet cakes and cupcakes as well. Plus, don't forget the Hy-Vee Wine and Spirits department for all of your game day beverages. Elevate your home gate at Hy-Vee, the official grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease.
Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey folks, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Thank you for making Shamrock Roofing one of the top 30 roofing companies in the nation. We're family owned and ready to help you with your roof today. Inspect, repair, replace. One call does it all at Shamrock Roofing. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. shamrockroofer.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side heading through the Grandview Triangle, very heavy on 470 westbound. 435 westbound stays very slow out to 103rd Street with an accident blocking 2 right lanes. At Metro Ford, family owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit. Just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption. Only at Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
All right, my mic's back on. I got permission from Bob. It's his show, not mine. As we power through on a Friday, Dusty should be winning Sportsman of the Year. Won that for Lee Summit. That was a bit on Alex Gold and Cody Tapp's show. Shout out to Fred Liggett. He's the one that gave me that award. So I got to be the Sportsman of the Year in downtown Lee Summit.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Way to go, Fred.
But that's probably a lie of a story that I tell.
How bad is Carson Beck to go back to college when there's no quarterbacks in this draft?
I can debunk that.
Okay.
I think he can make more money in Miami because they're one of the biggest NIL schools. So he'll make either the same, if not a little bit more, because he wouldn't get drafted in the first round, I don't think.
You don't think with this year's quarterback class and teams desperate?
Because he was exposed this year. I know there was a lot of injuries, but he also was, and again, it's not his fault, but he had Ladd McConkey and Brock Bowers last year. And those two guys in the league against grown men as rookies were two of the best catching, receivers, tight end, whatever you want to say it, in the league. I mean, Ladd McConkey was a stud, Brock Bowers, enough said. And it's like you lose those two guys and try to, continue to do that. It's kind of tough to do that.
Patrick Mahomes did all right, Max Center.
Exactly.
I mean, but that's great, though, because it shows you, we just keep getting more evidence of why this guy is the greatest player that we've ever seen, because Carson Beck was a product of his wide receiver and tight end. They weren't a product of him. Right. And you want your players, your weapons, your surrounding cast to be a product of your quarterback. You don't want your quarterback to be a product of them, because if they leave, then you're up a creek without a paddle,
Plus, Carson Beck's love of his life is currently a Miami citizen and plays for the Miami women's basketball team.
Right.
And there's the lead.
There we go. And there is that. But no, I think
I would move to Miami for Haley Cavender.
Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't, right? I mean, my God, let's go. But you may be right about maybe getting more money this year.
Miami's loaded with NIL, dude.
They are, yeah. They've got a lot of cash.
It's like Quinn Ewers is going to go. Why would he not go to the draft? Because he's going to go to Ohio State and rake.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to.
And there's not a lot of pressure,
No.
I mean, there is, but there isn't, because if whatever, I'll just go to the NFL and see what I can do after that, right? It's like a regular season game versus a playoff game. But
ride it out in college, make money, and wait till next year. Because the quarterback class next year ain't good either.
No, it's not. I don't know when we're going to have another good quarterback class. Like that Drew Aller last night, that interception, man. Is he going to get drafted now?
Yeah, by the Giants.
That was a great tweet. Who tweeted that out,
I'll have
by
to
the
find
way?
it out,
was somebody tweeted out a picture of Aller after the interception last night with his hands on his head, looking up to the sky, screaming, "This screams New York Giants."
No, it said, "I know a New York Giant quarterback when I see one."
Yes. Giants are like, we got to get this Drew Aller. It'll help Brian Daboll keep his job.
Mitch Holthus in about, 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes. And I know you're listening, Mitch, so I know you're ready for a couple of Chiefs talk because this 7 o'clock hour is loaded with Chiefs content. And from this 913 text, could you guys be choking on Mahomes any harder? Just wait for this one. I'll tell you this.
God.
It's okay. It's okay. Breathe in, breathe out. Mahomes and Kelsey can become the GOAT duo if they win a three-peat. You cannot argue this. And I would love for someone to tell me otherwise. You cannot argue this. A duo who's the best at both of their positions. Like the best of all time. If Mahomes wins a three-peat, the conversation the next day after the Super Bowl will be like, is he now officially better than Brady? Half of the audience will say no and needs still to catch him with the rings. That'd be 4 rings in 7 years for Patrick Mahomes as a starting quarterback. That would be a three-peat. That would be 4 rings for Travis Kelce. What does Gronk have? 4, I believe, right? 3 with New England, 1 with Tampa. So that cancels itself out. Travis Kelce, the 1,000-yard seasons. I don't need to keep going on. But that would be the GOAT duo. Not only that, we've heard Binkley say this already, that if Patrick Mahomes wins one more playoff game, he ties Montana. Ergo, if he wins the Super Bowl, he would pass Montana. He would tie with one more, pass Montana. Travis Kelce's like 300 and some change yards away.
I think it's like 340 or 330 yards away of the postseason, which he did last year in the postseason.
Played an extra game, but could still do it this year. If he passes Rice.
If he does that this year, just let me jump in real fast. If he does that this year and goes off and passes Jerry Rice, you know he's retiring.
1,000%. So he would pass Jerry Rice as the highest postseason reception yards leader. Patrick Mahomes would pass Joe Montana and only be behind Tom Brady. Because if he goes through this playoff run and wins a 3-peat, he'd be 18-3. So yeah, let that factor in. 16, 17, 18. 3-game win streak if you'd have to win the Super Bowl.
He'd be 15 games above 500 in the playoffs.
In 7 years.
and so he'd be an entire season of games above 500 in the postseason.
Sorry, I'm going to keep choking on Mahomes. So as we go on, they would pass Jerry Rice and Montana, one of the best duos of all time. They're already better than Aikman and Irvin. They're already better than Peyton and Marvin. This championship, if they can complete this run of a three-peat and everything that comes with it, to me, in my opinion, of a biased Homer Chiefs, reporter, I guess you could call that, they would then, in my opinion, be a better duo than Gronk and Brady because, again, they would win a three-peat, never been done. Mahomes would have his 4th title in 7 years as a starting quarterback in the NFL. He'd be 18-3 in the playoffs. He would have the rest of his career to win 3 more rings. And even if he doesn't, he will eventually have equal, if not more, passing record numbers than Tom Brady. He will have either one shy or he'll have tied Tom Brady, I think, in titles because he'll have, 9 more years of football to win 3 titles. If he's won 4 and 7, I think his odds are in favor of him. And Travis Kelce would then, I think, in that point, everyone would have the same consensus debate of, yes, it's Kelce, Gronk, Tony G. Those are the 3 tight ends. And that is something that is crazy to think that if they can go on a championship run and win it, they would solidify themselves as the 2 greatest combo to do it in NFL's history.
Well,
and we get to live in this time.
Yeah, is there still question on Gronk being better than Travis?
Of course
There is, okay,
because
I haven't seen a lot of that lately. I think Gronk has kind of become a footnote to a lot of things, and I really think if Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs win this Super Bowl and he three-peats, Tom Brady becomes a footnote in NFL history, and he becomes a broadcaster/owner, and he is no longer looked at the greatest of all time. And I don't care that he has 7 rings. Patrick Mahomes winning 3 in a row will do something that has never been done in the 105-year history of this league. I mean, maybe somebody in the Providence Steamrollers back in the day won 3 in a row or whatever it was, when they first started the league. But in these modern times that we're in, since the merger, since the Super Bowl, all of that kind of stuff, nobody has done what the Chiefs are on the cusp of doing, and that's winning 3 in a row. And I think because of that, is that old show used to say, is that your final answer? Yes, this is my final answer. Because my final answer is, if you do something, and it's not just something, It's 3 years of being the greatest team in the most powerful league that evolves by the minute. If you win 3 in a row in this era of the NFL as a quarterback, you are officially the greatest of all time. And I know people will say Tom Brady has 7 and Mahomes would only have 4. Mahomes is going to do something and is on the cusp of doing something that has only been dreamed about, that has only been kind of discussed, and only like Jeter and Jordan have ever done, and that's win 3 championships in a row. Nobody in the NFL has done it. So when the Chiefs win this championship and it becomes their 3rd in a row, Patrick Mahomes officially becomes the greatest quarterback of all time. And to me, there's just no debate. I don't want to hear about stats. I don't want to hear about numbers. I don't want to hear about this. Patrick Mahomes legitimately in 900 days won 3 championships, and that is all you need to know about why he's the best. And oh, by the way, did it last year in a season where they had to go on the road and win multiple playoff games against teams that everybody thought they were going to beat, doing it with no wide receivers and no weapons, doing it, with a complete changeover on the defensive side the first go around that they did this thing. Patrick Mahomes wins in all conditions, in all circumstances, and it doesn't matter what people serve up to him. He goes out there and says, okay, that's what you're serving me tonight. I'm going to take care of business. Tom Brady went 10 years without doing anything in the National Football League. Patrick Mahomes is ready to go 3 in a row, and because of that, he becomes the greatest of all time on February 9th when they win this championship.
Well, Tom Brady did a lot in that decade. He
didn't win a championship, though.
Still went.
Went, but didn't win.
Put up a lot of numbers.
Didn't win.
Could you imagine 18-2? What's the toughest Super Bowl to win? The first one or the 3rd straight?
Well, I think the 3rd straight.
Third straight.
Yeah, this is hard.
And on the toughest route, they would go, if they did it, they'd go 18-2.
Stay focused, Dusty.
18-2 this. Yeah, they'd be 18-2 this year.
I'd say, and I'd always say 18-1. I know, but I'd always say 18-1. That's what I'd always say.
Well, yeah, you got.
You know
that.
what I mean?
Yeah.
I just
18-2.
But it is what it is.
It's what it is. Fine.
Right, fine.
They would go 18-2. Mahomes' playoff record would be 18-3. Travis Kelce would have 4 titles. They'd win a 3-peat. And Andy Reid would be solidified as probably the greatest coach of all time.
No, there's no question. The 3-peat changes everything. This next month, now I'm getting about a month, right? This next month has the opportunity to drastically change the perception and the way that we view the Kansas City Chiefs as a franchise, the way we view Andy Reid as a coach, the way we view Brett Veach as a GM, the way that we view Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback. It has an opportunity to drastically change over the next month with that 3-peat. That 3-peat is rarefied air. It's never been done before. To be the first and the only in this era of the NFL to do something like this, it drastically changes everything.
Stay focused, Dusty.
You know what time it is.
Stay focused, Dusty.
That's right. He joins us on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to Fescoe and Mac on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, the new year has started and you want to have a great new year, right? And sometimes you think to yourself, I don't know, I'm suffering from this ED. I don't know how good the new year can be. Well, if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and embarrassment that ED causes, you need to call Heartland Men's Health today because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. Heartland Men's Health has treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in your office, the visit is free. They have an expert staff on hand, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they've got 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today and set up that appointment, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, what's going on? Mac Morey here. You know it, the Super Bowl, it's coming up right around the corner. So what's your plan? You going to do the same thing you do every year? You ready to step it up and try something even better? You go to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest? You should be. At Kansas City Live in the Power and Light District. It's on February 9th, the day of the Super Bowl. It's going to be an experience like no other. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, and you'll meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music, maybe a game day bite, a game day beverage. Super Bowl, It only comes once a year. The Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. Are you in? Tickets are limited. You don't want to miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Fabrice. Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Fabrice Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Fabrice. La 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 la.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to find out who was in the zone, presented by AutoZone. In the final game of the regular season, Detroit's running back left no doubt who the number 1 seed would be. Going for a combined 170 yards rushing and receiving, he was able to find the end zone 4 times in Week 18. Now, his team gets to refuel on a bye week before defending home field advantage in the divisional round. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Trouble in the Grandview Triangle. Things bogged down on 470 westbound, 49 northbound, ramp to go 435 westbound. All because of an accident out on 435 westbound before 103rd Street, where the 2 right lanes remain blocked, although the exit is reopened. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
We've got a new nickname for Andy Reid on the show. He's called the Outlier of Consistency. You can call him Big Red, Andy, whatever, Santa Reid. Nobody calls him that. But he is an outlier of consistency because you were talking about this yesterday before we get to Mitch Holtis here in about 5-6 minutes. You found out a few numbers that were just kind of like eye-popping, which is why we have given him this name of the Outlier of Consistency.
Yeah, this team has had, since Andy Reid took over back after that 2012 disaster of a season, they've had 12 straight winning seasons, right? 10 consecutive playoff appearances. Andy Reid's made the playoffs 11 of the 12 years that he's been in Kansas City. The only year they didn't make it was that second year that they went 9-7. Sometimes you take a step back to go forward, I guess. and so they went 11-5, then they went 9-7, took that step back, and then since then they've been basically taking up residency in the AFC postseason and now the AFC championship game. So 10 consecutive playoff appearances. 8 consecutive conference title appearances, right? Is that am I right by saying 8? Well, it could be 8 consecutive.
It will be 8.
Will be 8 consecutive conference title appearances.
Yeah, it will be. That's right. You heard it right.
And it will be 3 consecutive, Super Bowl appearances for Andy Reid. But over the last, I don't know, decade, however long it's been, with Andy Reid being at the mode of consistency, you can just see what the Chiefs are doing and why it's an outlier. Because, as we said, the Chiefs have been to 10 consecutive playoff appearances, right? That's a decade straight of being into the postseason. Oh, the NFL, everybody makes the playoffs. Do they? Buffalo is second on the list. They've been to the playoffs 6 straight years. And then you have Tampa bringing up, not the rear, but third place in 5 consecutive years in in the postseason. And most of the NFL, I would say 16 teams have 0 when it says consecutive years, in the postseason, because 16 teams didn't make it in. The 18 teams, I guess it would have been, right? 18 teams didn't make it into the playoffs.
18 teams.
18 teams didn't make it in to the postseason. So 18 of them have 0 when it comes to consecutive years in the postseason. But the fact that the Chiefs have done it 10 straight years and the next closest is Buffalo at 6, that again should tell you the level that we're on, the situation that we're in, what we're witnessing right now, and why you can't take this for granted. And sometimes you need to just take a step back and realize what the hell's going on around you. What's going on around us right now is the greatest dynasty that we've ever seen, and it will be considered when it's all said and done, which I don't know why it's not yet, the greatest dynasty in NFL history. Like, people want to continue to put markers and bars and all this stuff of why they're not the best yet and why it's not this and why it's not that. That's why, again, you go win this 3rd Super Bowl. It changes the entire narrative. And there's really nothing any of these dopes on any of these daytime talk shows can say if the Chiefs go out there and win 3 straight Super Bowls.
I just find it interesting that in the toughest year that they've ever had, they go 15-2. And yet they've got that, at least in my opinion, they've been under more scrutiny from a national perspective than any other year.
You wouldn't know this is a 15-2 team if you just watched ESPN or Fox or NFL Network.
Like, it was interesting because last year they were 11-6, and it was probably the most frustrating year this team has ever had. And everyone's like, "Oh, I mean, that was the year."
You mean under Andy Reid? Because there's been a lot of frustrating years before the 11-6 Super Bowl.
I'm just speaking among this era of the Chiefs. And look, last year was frustrating. 11-6, a lot of drop passes. They, avoided adversity and got to the Super Bowl and ended up winning it. And then this year, they go on, a 9-game winning streak. They lose in week 11. Then they go on a 6-game winning streak and then lose where they rest all their starters. And then not the fact. The narrative isn't, hey, they went 15-2. The narrative is, oh, they threw the last game because they didn't want to play Cincinnati.
Or they didn't score enough points.
And it's like, but yet, go look at Minnesota, right? And this isn't a shot at the Vikings. The Vikings went 14-3, and they're the 5 seed, could get bounced in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because they didn't win the games that they needed to win. The Chiefs went 15-2 because they had to. They did it. And here they are, being able to rest their starters in the Week 18 game, being able to rest a week before the playoffs for them to start it, and then get to play home field.
Yeah.
In the toughest run of a franchise's history, where they go for a three-peat, they control their own destiny, and that's almost as impossible to do. How many times has the 1 seed been the same in the NFC? How many times have they called it the Philadelphia Invitational? How many times? No,
they didn't even call it the New England Invitational because New England didn't even play a lot of those games at home. There were games in Indy, there were games in Pittsburgh, there were games in Denver throughout that course of that Patriots alleged dynasty that had a 10-year gap of nothingness. And so you had like those AFC Championship games scattered around. We've hosted all but one
in 7 years.
That's right.
Well, I guess 6 years.
Yeah.
Mahomes has played in 6 consecutive AFC Championship games. Andy Reid as well, and they're 5-1. And the only one they lost to, obviously against,
and they just weren't ready.
I guess he's got 2 losses in the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
My bad, 2.
The first one, they just weren't ready. The defense wasn't there. That was the first year on the scene. Fine. The second year, we know what happened with Cincinnati.
The first one they got beat. Tom Brady and the GOAT beat you.
I mean, they went scoreless in the first half of that game and still almost won that football game, right? Patrick Mahomes doesn't take a sack right before halftime. They get a field goal. Boom, you win that football game. And we're talking about a completely different dynasty than we are right now. But again, I mean, you set yourself up to have success. That's the job of a head coach. Put your players in position to be successful. Set your team up to have success. And that's what Andy Reid has done. And then you get people like RG3, who I think has some of the worst sports takes I've ever seen. Like, that guy played in the NFL and clearly doesn't know a whole lot about the NFL when I read some of his sports takes about the Chiefs and him complaining about them resting the players. Because RG3, I would imagine, if he was on a team and it's July and they say our goal is to get to the end of the season where we can rest all of our players and not have to play anybody in that last game of the season because we have everything wrapped up, I guarantee you RG3 would be all in on that and be like, yeah, that's the way to go. Let's do it. Now that he's some commentator somewhere, he's got some really bad takes. The worst takes about the Kansas City Chiefs have come from guys who have played in the NFL.
Stay focused, Dusty. Stay focused, Dusty.
Speaking of worst takes, this guy has some of the best takes about the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch Holthus, time on 96.5 The Fan.
He's been the voice of Chiefs Kingdom since 1994.
stays in bounds. 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City. Damian Williams runs to immortality.
Here's Mitch Holtis on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
That's right, Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Centers. It's also brought to you by GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City
What did
Chiefs.
Stank say last week? Remember we were talking about Stank, Schlereth. What did he? Oh, Detroit was best positioned to win in the Super Bowl or something like that. Something really asinine. Like, I'm not kidding, Dusty. The more I hear from like former players on TV talk about the Chiefs, the more I wonder like, what are you watching? Like, do you even have a clue about the game?
Mitch, do you want to tell Bob to stay focused?
I don't have to tell Bob to stay focused. He's focused. He's not always focused on the right thing, but he's focused, Dusty.
Yeah.
You know?
But I think you're sitting there listening to me going, preach, Bob, preach.
Yeah. I think this year, oh, man, have we not heard more preposterous stuff?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Stank, RG3, Dan Orlovsky, like everybody. It is preposterous.
Well, and I wonder if just some producer sitting there in a production meeting going, let's clickbait this. We know Chiefs are immediate clickbait. Why don't you just jump in there and say something stupid about the Chiefs, and that'll get all kinds of activity going. I thought that it was the highest level in 22, which, that predicated me saying you can doubt, dislike, disrespect, you got to deal with the Chiefs. That came oozing out that season because of the stuff that was said about Tyreek Hill and the Chiefs are done. But I think we've eclipsed it this year, you guys. I just every day I'm seeing something, hearing something, seeing something of like, oh my gosh, what are we doing here? So, but it's all good. That just fuels this team. It fuels Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and the rest of this team. It's actually a motivator. So I guess let her rip. We could get frustrated. Just let them get motivated.
Mitch, I want to ask you this question because there's a lot of young and successful players on this team that have only been in the league 2, maybe 3 years, heck, maybe even 4. What's that say for you?
Dusty, Matt McMullen and I, earlier this week, we did a Defending the Kingdom podcast, and we jumped into this for like 40 minutes. But it's an equation that we put together of E squared equals question mark and trying to solve for the variable here. But the E squared is, first of all, an unusual amount of youthful, successful playoff experience. Let me just give you a couple of examples. The defensive backs, the 9 defensive backs on the current Chiefs roster going into the playoffs are a collective 39-2.
Oh, my God.
Now, hang on. This gets better. The 2 losses are Justin Reed's when he was a Houston Texan. And one of those was to the Kansas City Chiefs in the 51-31 comeback from 24/7 game. More. The offensive line is 44-6 in the playoffs. And 3 of those 6 are Joe Thuney Patriot losses. And so another one is the linebackers. The linebackers are 21-3 in the playoffs, and one of those is a Joshua Uche New England loss. Another one is a Drew Tranquil Charger loss. And then there's the now become obvious ones of Mahomes, obviously being 15-3 and the best QBR in NFL history in the playoffs. And then what Kelce has done is just stupid crazy. 165 catches, better than any pass catcher ever. He's zooming in on all of Jerry Rice's postseason records. So there's just this amazing amount of successful playoff experience. That's the first E. The second E, which I think is an interesting discussion this morning, and I focus my minute with Mitch that I know Dusty watches every week on KSHB, Channel 41.
Every week?
I know you do. It's called appointment viewing. It's so awesome. There are 3 guys. This is the energy. DeAndre Hopkins has played in this league, you guys, 13 years. He's never won in the divisional playoff round. He's only won 2 wild card games. And the last playoff game D-Hop had was against the Chiefs as a Houston Texan in the 51-31 game back in 2019. Kareem Hunt, remember, dismissed from the team. Early December of 2018, missed all of this fluff and stuff that's happened since then. He's never won in the divisional playoff round. He's won 1 playoff game. Hollywood Brown has got 1 playoff win in 6 years. He's never won in the divisional playoff round. I think that brings a surge of energy. You combine that with the experience that the Chiefs have with a young team. Here's another nugget. Last year, the Chiefs were the youngest team to win back-to-back Super Bowls in NFL history. That's what you carry into the playoffs in January of 25. And I'm not sure I've heard Dan Orlovsky say any of that. But that's just another matter.
But that doesn't get you to click on it. Speaking of the dumb, Mitch, and there was a lot of dumb this week around the team and around the national media saying that they threw the game on purpose to not see Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I like, to me, like hearing RG3, who played in the league, say this makes me wonder, did you really play in the league if you have those comments? Because every player wants to set themselves up to have these buys, and it's former players talking about this kind of stuff. Like, when are people going to realize, like, the Chiefs don't give a rip of who they play, where they play, and how they play them? They're just going to beat your ass.
I mean, these guys are making Lloyd Christmas look smart, right? So
the owner of the Raiders?
Yeah. Is he the new owner of the Raiders? I didn't know. Last I saw him, he was like, hit the bird with the cork of the champagne bottle and killed the bird at the fundraiser.
You'll have to excuse my friend. The place you're looking for is 3 miles that way.
that way. It's oh my gosh, the ludicrous factor has grown. But there's just some real strength for this Chiefs team going into the playoffs. And the rest versus Russ thing, I mean, we can get into that. I've been hit with that on national shows too, and I'm going, whoa, stop. These guys have played more games than any team by far, especially in the last 6 seasons. But even the bulk of this group, which has played the last 3, you're talking 58 games that they've played. Now, this rest will be used wisely.
Yeah.
By this team. They already are. I mean, they're going to be up and running today. Now they're cooking today. They'll use it and be ready to go. So don't hit me with that one.
But why do people, though, Mitch, like at the beginning of the year, talk about how important it is to get that bye? Then they get the bye, and everybody goes, "Well, they're going to be rusty. I just don't know."
Yeah, well, you want to give back the
like
bye,
the
then?
Swallows returning from Capistrano, Mitch. It's the same thing every year.
Oh my gosh, go. You know what? We have the bye, but we're going to forfeit that. We want the 7 seed because that would be on the road, and we'll get rid of all the rust
that
has been there since the 4 hours of rest that this team has had. So no, I mean it's we've said it before. The bye in the NFL might be the most coveted thing to achieve of any of the major sports in the regular season because it's a 1 and out. I mean, you're playing best of 3, best of 5, best of 7 in baseball. Same in the NBA, same in the NHL. You don't have that in this. This is a 1 and out like the NCAA tournament. And so, yeah, take the bye, move it, use it. The Chiefs they will.
I want to bring this up to you as we're talking to Mitch Holtis.
I was going to tell you this, though, too. Here's another stat on Mahomes will have the previous quarterback that had the longest rest from his last regular season game to the playoffs was 22 days, and that was Warren Moon in 1993. Lost to the Chiefs in the divisional playoff round that year. Mahomes will break that record. He'll have 23 days since his last game until he plays against whomever our opponent's going to be. So, yeah, take that one. Orlovsky will oh, my God, that means he'll never win. So, not so much, but there's another rest versus rest nugget that the knuckleheads can chew on.
Yeah, it's all Mahomes rest versus rust, but Jalen Hurts over here, who I don't think's played a game in a month, he doesn't get any sort of conversation like that. Mitch, I want to bring this up because coaching obviously huge in the playoffs. Andy Reid has a bye. Like, how does Andy Reid use this time, or how does he kind of get the guys ready with the bye week? Because obviously we piggyback on the rest versus rust. It's not like they're not going to be practicing, like they normally would, or going through the reps that they normally should during this playoff run that they're so, equipped to going through.
Bob, what'd you do to get him focused? Because that's an awesome question.
I put it on the sheet.
It must be playoff time. You put it on the sheet. Nice. That's a great tactic. What a great strategy.
Thank you.
Andy.
Hey, I'm coaching my guy. I'm the Andy Reid of this show now, Mitch, okay? Got to coach my guys.
That's 2 things, and there's a big Andy Reid. Part of his genius is coaching coaches. I mentioned last week in the Week 18 game, he'll give responsibilities. Well, Week 18 game that you can't move the needle. We've seen it years and years. The several years they've had it, where he'll give coaching responsibilities to younger coaches. We covered that, but here's where that continues. the coaching academy continues because basically he'll divide up the staff. You have 4 possible opponents. Now, we've played every one of these since, the 8th of December. That's unique as well. We played the entire AFC field.
Yep.
We played 8 of our 17 games against the whole tournament. But we've played everybody in this tournament, even going back, it's the Chargers game. So you're talking since December the 10th. We played everybody, so it's pretty fresh. But he'll divvy up the staff by 4s, and everybody we'll create little teams and then watch all 4 of these games. But the other thing, and I think this is unique to this year, Dusty, you asked a question, is the fact that this sets up a second training camp because Samaje Perine wasn't at camp. DeAndre Hopkins wasn't at camp. Juju Smith-Schuster wasn't at camp. And it's not the physical nature of getting in shape. You don't do that at this time of year. But what you do is refine what you've got, add to what you have. Because when you're in the throes of just getting week to week to trying to win, and especially the nutty 3 and 11 days, you're just doing things tyranny of the urgent. This gives you a chance, this bye week and this kind of mini training camp, to back up, look at everything, and then we're going to add this. And you have time to get that installed and rep it, as well as review everything you have. So this is extremely valuable time, especially with this team. There are so many key guys that were not in St. Joseph.
You mentioned the 3 games in 11 days, and it got me thinking. Those 3 games in 11 days, for a lot of people, could have been the end of their season, right? And, we got to do this. We got to deal with that. They think about it all year. It gets in the way. Andy does a great job of making them focus on the moment. But I would say those 3 games in 11 days, those are the 3 best games maybe they've played all year.
That's what's impressive. And I don't know if Dan Orlovsky said that or not.
Probably not, because it makes sense.
Well, Rex Ryan, he's going to be
God, I hope the Jets hire him. Please do that.
We can now have a convention of these guys. They would not be at Pooch's in Smith Center. They couldn't even get to the boundaries of Smith County. But the fact that where were we at? I got off track.
I don't know.
But
3 and 11, going 3 games in 11 days. They played their best football.
Yeah. So, no, good point. Good point. Because we're looking at Pittsburgh and Houston, that little stretch right there, I mean, they're going to have to rally to win these games because everyone is picking their opponent to beat them in the first round of the playoffs. Well, that 3 and 11 pretty much roughed up the Steelers to the point where our perception of the Steelers is completely different nationally than it was prior to that 3 and 11. Then the same with the Texans. And losing Tank Dell, got it. But think of the perception of Houston prior to the 3 game in 11 days, and then what it is now. I mean, most people think it's be a big upset if they beat the Chargers tomorrow. So, yeah, you're right. And here's Andy Reid that takes it, uses it, and it's a testimony to the guys on this team that their best football was during the most challenging of times. But aren't we seeing the attributes of what we've seen from the Chiefs, especially in this last 2 years? And we can go back to their other playoff success, that it seems like when it's the toughest, they figure this out. Down 10, down 10, down 10. And a lot of that, of course, is Patrick Mahomes. It's the way the cat's wired.
You mentioned, the Chargers this weekend. We've all been there in sports. These guys are kind of creatures of habit. What do you think about the Rams and the Chargers this weekend with everything that they have to deal with from a human side out there in California?
Well, it could be May or April, and it's horrible. But now you're in the playoffs and dealing with this, and it's got to be a gigantic distraction. Plus, but I don't want to say that as trying to diminish this disaster, because if it was in May, it would be brutal on these guys and gals and the people that work in that area. And the other part of it is they're going, well, their home's not up in the main area of the fire. Think about the air quality now in that basin. LA sits down in a basin, you know this. And so the air quality is going to be affected by these fires for quite a while. And so that comes into play as well. But to worry about is, where are my loved ones? Are my loved ones taken care of? Where's my lifelong accumulation of things that I want to keep? These players have memorabilia, whether from the college days or the pro days. Where's all that? What do we do with all that? And will I have a place when I come back? I've seen that quote from several players. It's rough. Wow. And prayers up, man. Yeah. Prayers up for these guys. But for the Rams and Chargers in particular, a lot of these guys have temporary homes, just like a lot of our guys do here. Their base of operations is somewhere else, but still, they're where they're living right now. All of it's affected in the entire LA area. If not directly by the fire, by air quality.
Mitch, if you had to guess, who are they going to play in the second round?
Who knows, Dusty? I still think Houston's going to pull this out for whatever reason.
I think so, too.
Well, C.J. Stroud has something that Herbert does not. You know what that is?
Postseason win.
Thank you. Yeah, Stroud won last year.
But Orlovsky will tell you how great, Herbert is.
He is great.
Justin Herbert's played one playoff game. One.
And blew a huge lead.
One. So we're at 2021, 22, 23, 24. We're in his fifth season. He has one playoff game that he did not win. Look what Pat did from 18, 19, 21, 22 in his first 5 years as a starter. So I think Herbert's good. I think Harbaugh's good. That'll give him the best chance. But it's all about J.K. Dobbins and running the ball. If Houston can somehow mitigate the run game of Dobbins, then they'll have a shot. Because I think Stroud will play better, and I think there's enough time now where they've been able to at least deal with the shock of the Tank Dell injury to figure out, hey, we got to move on here. Who knows with the Bills, Broncos? Broncos will get ornery with those guys. They'll get real ornery. And still, Buffalo's got to prove they can stop people. They would have lost to the New England Patriots in that first game if there wasn't that crazy lateral pass for an easy touchdown. That's a 24-21 game, and basically 10 of those points were handed to Buffalo. So New England moved the ball on the Bills. So I think, Denver's going to make that really interesting. And I just don't know how much juice the Steelers have. And I think Baltimore's playing really good football. So that one seems to be more of the obvious one. The other two, a little murky.
All right, Mitch. Well, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the week off, and then get ready to get into Mitch Holthus, the real season of Mitch Holthus as the voice of the Chiefs. We appreciate the time, Mitch.
You got it. And the skill guys on this team, well, overall, the Chiefs will take 290 playoff wins on their roster into the postseason. And they will do it. They will do it with one of the youngest teams in the league and the youngest team to ever win back-to-back. We're chasing history, boys. This is getting real. It's getting real, and we're in the middle of it.
Stay focused.
Gave me goosebumps,
Stay
Mitch.
focused, Mitch.
Okay. All right.
Take care.
Thanks, Dusty.
You bet.
Thanks, Bob.
You got it. Mitch Holthus there with Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan and Max. Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Centers, brought to you by GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. London games have been announced.
They have?
That's right.
Oh, cool.
Don't
tell me. I don't want to know.
Spoiler alert. Jacksonville's playing in London.
No!
Come back.
Wow.
We'll get you the teams and the players, and not teams and players, but the teams that have been announced that are going to play in London. Feel bad for across the pond. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, tonight's the big night. We're going to go foal around and find out at Foaling and have ourselves a fun time. If you haven't been foaling yet, look, it's the perfect activity for kids, for adults, for a date night, for a party, for a work event, for a charity event. What I'm getting at is foaling is perfect for everybody, because foaling is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. You're bowling with a football. That's right. You set up the pins, you knock them down with a football. Everybody celebrates. Everybody has a good time. And the game becomes addictive, and you want to play it over and over and over again. And as I look outside, as the sun starts to come up, and I know all the kiddos are home from school, a lot of cabin fever going on in Kansas City. Get on out to Foaling. Take the kiddos today. Grab their friends. Grab some other parents. They've got a world-class bar that has some of the best cocktails, a great beer selection. Get out there and foal around with your kids. Keep them inside. Keep them warm, but let them burn off that energy at Foaling. Knock down all of those pins with the football, set them up, and play again. So reserve your lane today at FoalingKC.com. They're located at 435 and State Line. That's FoalingKC.com. And get your foal on.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, appears every week on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by GEHA, Government Employees Health Association, Inc. GEHA is a proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
This weekend, only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, get 50% off all activewear for the family. So hurry in this Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 1/11 and 12. Excludes clearance and licensed.
Imagine buying your next car from one dealership.
With the support of many.
With everything you'll ever need.
When you buy from any of the Balderson Auto Group dealerships, you're getting the support from all of our dealerships.
Like our 100 service bays, collision, and detail centers.
And our free exclusive lifetime warranty. No other auto group gives you that.
From north, central, south, the Balderson Auto Group has you covered.
A family committed to
excellence, growth,
and harmony.
Casey's has 8 new coffee roasts that have been described as having rich aromatics that entice any palate. But, we're not sure what that means, so we just call it darn good coffee. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. Get a free any-size coffee with Casey's Rewards. See Casey's Rewards for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Steve here for Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. It's cold. I bet you are starting to notice your water heater is no longer keeping up as well as it used to. So, we are offering $200 off a tank-style water heater replacement, or if you want 1 hour-long shower or more, we can install a tankless water heater with $400 off. This month only, so call Connolly Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan, and the other place is your sports watching headquarters this fall. Now with 5 great area locations, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Enjoy Red Friday specials all day.
The Balderson Auto Group celebrates its golden anniversary.
That's over 3 million customers over the last 50 years.
Well, we've made a lot of changes along the way,
but held steadfast that we would remain a local family-run business.
And never forgetting to support the customer.
Like with our exclusive free lifetime warranty. No other auto group gives you this.
Well, it doesn't hurt that we have 1,000 vehicles to choose from.
Virtually every vehicle there is with 100 service bays plus collision and detail departments.
Thank you for helping us celebrate our golden anniversary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 435 westbound before 103rd Street with an accident. Was blocking 2 right lanes. They opened up another lane, so just 1 right lane blocked now. But things are still very heavy all through the Grandview Triangle as a result of this. It's a long, slow slog in through there, and it's affecting other freeways now. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into it here on 96.5 The Fan. In case you have missed it or you're focusing on the roads, which I hope you are, it definitely looks like a postcard Christmas scene outside.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
It's peaceful.
Very nice. Not a lot of people driving this hour of the day either.
So the games necessarily haven't been announced in London, but the teams so far that we know that are going to be going there.
Okay, so do they give you the matchups or anything?
No matchups, Nothing. Just the names of the teams that are going to be at least going to London that we know of.
Of the home teams or of everything?
I don't know. Nobody's home in London except Jacksonville. Jacksonville is going to be going to London.
It was really weird, though. Like, we were in London 2 years ago, and there weren't many NFL fans, obviously. It was April. You didn't see a lot. But I did see, like, 2 people in Jacksonville gear. And I'm like, I guess it's working.
They've adopted their team.
Yeah. Well, they're going to eventually move there.
Jacksonville's going to play in London. The Jets are going to play in London.
We're sending everybody we don't want over there.
It gets better. The Cleveland Browns are also playing in London.
So I'm going to guess those are the 3 home teams then over in London.
I mean, I guess.
Well, Jags usually play twice.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, they'll play 2 weeks in a row.
Yep. They'll play over there, usually as a home and a visitor.
Yeah, I think so.
So the Browns are moved one of their games. Who did you say was the third team? The Jets. So
Jets.
the AFC has the extra game, obviously, this year then. So that's why those 3 teams are the home teams.
Other than the Titans, those are the 3 worst AFC
Would that be a
teams.
bucket list for you to go to London to watch the Chiefs if they were to ever do it? I would love it. Because football season is the same time as the EPL. So you could
that's a good point.
You could knock 2 things out. A trip across the pond.
True.
And you could go watch like Chelsea, Man U, Tottenham, whoever you want to go watch over there. I would love it. If I had the affordable account to do it, I would definitely go to London and knock out a Chiefs game and knock out like an EPL game.
You could have done it in 2015.
I was still in college.
Oh, all right. I think that's
I wasn't. I was gone by then. I was a first year here.
Yeah, I was say that's the year the Royals, won the World Series. They played in London. Nobody watched the game because it was the morning of the World Series, and everybody was kind of focused on that. So I think that's the last time they played as a home team in London. Look, I have changed so much on these international games because originally I was like, no, we can't move these games overseas. We got to make sure every market here in the United States is stable and taken care of, and all that. Because at the time it was like St. Louis and Buffalo and Jackson, all these places that were just kind of struggling. And I'm like, we're going to focus on, London to play a game in London. I said, I don't like this. And, I really didn't like it when the Chiefs did it back in 2015 because I'm like, man, you're taking money out of the hands of the vendors and all the people who work on game day, right? Like, that's a payday that you're taking away from like 800 people. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. But the older I've gotten and the more I've, kind of opened my mind, I think a little bit more, I really do like these international games. And I would love to be able to go watch the Chiefs on the road play in one of these international games. We looked into the Germany game last year, then you see the price tag. I'm like, well, I could buy a house for what they want to charge, to go watch these games overseas right now. No, I think it would be really cool to be able to do something like that, to see your team on the road. And I know some people that have gone to these overseas games. They say they're great.
Yeah, so we got Germany, London, Mexico City, Brazil. Those are the 4 so far.
And I think they're talking about Spain this year as another country.
Wow. Which one is the one that you're wanting to go to the most?
Well,
Germany, since you thought about it, what I was saying would probably be
No, I've always wanted to go to Spain. I grew up, and my best friend growing up was from Spain, directly from Spain. I was kind of, I don't want to say raised in that culture, but when you're down at your friend's house all the time, you kind of, pick it up. And I've always loved the Spanish culture and Spain and the food and everything that goes. So Spain for me right now but Germany's not far behind because I want to go during Oktoberfest and have myself a time. That's retirement bucket list for me is Oktoberfest. The first year I'm retired, Oktoberfest. I don't have to worry about football or anything, right? So, but I'd love to do that. So Germany and Spain would be. I'm not not jonesing necessarily to go to Brazil or jonesing to go to Mexico City or something like that. I'm a big fan of Europe. I like the European culture. I love the Spanish culture. I love to see a game in Germany and their culture over there. I think that would be kind of cool. So I would kind of rank it like that. I'd probably go Spain, Germany, London, Brazil, and then Mexico City after that.
Momo?
Yeah, I think I'd go Spain first too. I think Spain, Barcelona specifically is I've never been out of the country, but that's the number one place that I want to go.
Also a place you go check out a game.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and
then the Bundesliga, in Spain would be outstanding. Yeah,
and I think London's second. But my brother went to the Germany game last year. He said it was awesome.
Oh, did he?
So, yeah, he said it was fantastic.
Cool, yeah.
I just thought it was awesome. They showed the Germany game with Miami, and all those fans had like big steins of beer.
Yeah.
I was like, hell yeah, dude!
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think I would go London, Germany, Spain. Either one.
In London, they play the game on the other side of the field, though. It's reversed.
Okay. Damn it. But man, Brazil though, man, the women that'd be in that's good, a little easy.
There's good women everywhere.
Yeah, of course.
St. Louis. No,
oh no, there's beautiful women in St. Louis.
You can't help it.
Oh, you just come on.
I kid.
Toasted raviolis in St. Louis too.
You can find that anywhere. Throw a couple ravioli in a fryer, call it a day.
Emo's Pizza.
That's crap.
Okay,
so good.
The Hill? Can't find that anywhere.
No, you can't. The Hill's good. There's some good places.
You've heard about the Hill, haven't you, Mac?
I'm not.
It's like an Italian getaway.
Like
some of the best.
It really does feel like you're in Italy when you're up there.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
I didn't hear
My sister went to school in St. Louis for college, graduated, and that's like the one thing she wanted from my dad and my stepmom. She's like, "Can you take me to the Hill?" And they're like, "Yes." Like,
okay,
so
cool.
The Hill.
All
it's
right.
it's supposed to be super, super awesome. I need to get out there sometime soon. So, it is almost 8:00. We come back on the other side. The script: no Chiefs. Playoff football though. Going to be fun. 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Mac Maury on 610. No, 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
610, 96.5, wherever. What really matters is, the Super Bowl. It's right around the corner. What's up, guys? Mac Maury here. What's your plan for the Super Bowl? Are you going to do the same thing you do every year? You're ready to step it up and try something even better? You should be going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. It's at Kansas City Live in the Power and Light District on, February 9th, the Super Bowl day. It's a Super Bowl experience like no other. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players can make history, and you'll meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying some live music, crushing game day bites. The Super Bowl, it only comes once a year. You really want to live this one up. You should be at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. Tickets, they're limited, so don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Missouri sports fans, I've got great news. Underdog is available to play in your state. Just like for me, Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your sports takes. It doesn't matter the sport. You want to head over to Underdog to make sure you're part of over the 5 million happy players and $2 billion won. With their champs game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money by just choosing higher or lower on player stats, touchdowns, yards, interceptions, points, rebounds, whatever it is. They got your favorite leagues, teams, stars to choose from. And when you make those selections, you can sign up to win real cash prizes all season long. Underdog is the place to play champs. Download the app, sign up using promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code TAPP. Must be 18 plus and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side heading out of the Grandview Triangle, 435 westbound, very slow with an accident before 103rd Street now just blocking the right lane, but the delays are solid back into and through the Grandview Triangle. At Metro Ford, family owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
What's up, KC? It's Trent McDuffie. Catch the play-by-play all season long with Mitch, Danon, and Clean right here on your home of the Chiefs. 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
From the 913, you think someone in Germany saw Josh put mayo on a schnitzel and tried it themselves and started a new trend over there?
Oh, God.
I don't know. I'd put horseradish on a schnitzel and try it. Germany would be so fun.
It would be, though, yeah. Like, Germany would be awesome. It would be fantastic. All the countries in Europe are great, though, man. Like, you can have a great time. You can have a great time anywhere, except St. Louis. But you can have a great time anywhere.
I can't get over the stat that Mitch Holtis said the Chiefs
have 290 playoff wins.
That and like the fact that they've got guys that are only in their third year and they're like,
I know they never
29-3, and two of them are Justin Reed.
39-2, Dusty. I don't mean to correct you, but the number is just so astoundingly insane. I do want to read a text we did get. I read it to you. I said it comes from the 651 on the J Southland Tow Service text line. The Chiefs sent out surveys yesterday for people about a renovated stadium and a non-renovated stadium, which means a new build. And you can take those surveys, go to Chiefs.com. I would suggest everybody who's listening go through those surveys that the Chiefs have on their website so you can kind of see what they're asking about, where they're heading. You're not blindsided. They're trying to keep you up to date. They're trying to keep you informed as to what they want to do. And as a fan base and as a city, give us a say and listen to our opinion on things, which I think is brilliant. And somebody from the 651 texted in and said, did my surveys from the Chiefs last night. I did mine as well. No matter what they decide, glad they asked us. It's funny, I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday about how the Royals failed miserably trying to get their new stadium because they didn't ask anybody. They just said, this is what we're doing. The Chiefs are out here asking, surveying, doing all that stuff. I do believe had the Royals handled things differently over the last year and went out and gave people a survey, asked fans what they wanted, what was important to them, I kind of think that vote would have passed back in April. But the Royals didn't do any of that. The Chiefs didn't do anything like that at the time either. But now they're doing it, and they're going out there and they're consulting with the fans, and they're asking the fans what they like, what they don't like, what they want, what they don't want. And they're giving the fans an opportunity to voice their opinion. And I think ultimately, Dusty, at the end of the day, isn't that what we all want? We all want to be heard, and the Chiefs are giving everybody the opportunity to be heard, and I applaud them for that. So go to Chiefs.com, take the surveys. There's one for a renovated stadium, and there's one for a new stadium. They're two separate surveys. Do yourself a favor and take both of them, because a lot of the information in the survey is stuff they are considering, and then you can vote whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm. If you missed that, you can find it on the podcast yesterday. Bob gave you all the updates that we have so far.
Mm-hmm.
With the stadium news, it is a Friday. There are no Chiefs to be played, but there are games, and we can script them the best we can and come back Monday and see how very wrong we were. Who's first on the rundown? Is it Bob?
It's Bobby.
Oh, me today. All right. Go. Well, this is pretty simple. Okay. It's all brought to you by Foaling. We'll be fooling around and finding out tonight, so come on out. 4:35. Got it. Yeah, right. So it's pretty simple. 3:30 Saturday. Feet goes up, football goes on.
Okay.
And it's going to be glorious watching and not caring and relaxing. I texted you that yesterday. I love watching great games that I don't have a rooting interest in. Because you don't care how it works. You're not stressed. You're just enjoying sport, right? And a lot of times I think when we watch our own team, we're relieved. We're not enjoying it. And that's why I keep telling people, Bill Self said that years ago to me. He goes, we spend more time ruining the losses than enjoying the victories. And there's so many, especially at KU basketball, there's so many more victories than losses. But we spend all our time, frustrated on the losses and not focusing on the wins. That's what this weekend is all about. Our team gave us the opportunity to sit back and relax and just watch. I think going to be a pretty good weekend of football. I think we see one of Denver or the Texans win their game. I think one of those two teams does surprise and win. And the world is against both of those teams. That's why I think one of them is going to win. Steelers, Ravens, I think it's going to be an all-time classic. I think Lamar wins it at the end with a touchdown run. Commanders, Bucks, I think that's going to be a snoozer. And if Jalen Hurts throws 20 passes, then take the over on Saquon Barkley and rushes it 50 times because I think they're going to use him a lot. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is 100% healthy. They say he is, but, that guy hasn't played in a long time and is coming out of the concussion protocol. I think the Eagles easily beat the Green Bay Packers, and so that's how I see this kind of weekend shaping up.
Yeah, Hurts limited in practice yesterday, still in that concussion protocol.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's going on today. But yeah, that's getting scarier and scarier.
He'll be good to go.
I agree.
He will be
He's
good
play.
to go and play, but will he be legitimate? And so I think they're going to rely heavily on Saquon Barkley in this game. I think you have to rely heavily on Saquon Barkley in this game. He's your MVP.
Yeah, and how rusty does he start? If the Eagles get down 10, do they have the ability to still run the football? And can Jalen Hurts get him back throwing?
The other key name that you're not mentioning is A.J. Brown.
100%. You know what?
He's way less than 100%. May not even play.
It's perfect for my script. Let's get into it. Tonight begins one of the better football weekends we've ever had, and it starts with an Ohio State win. That's right, Bob, over Texas. Way to go.
Time out. Why am I the only one that thinks Texas is going to win this game?
It's really close.
Okay.
I'm okay with Texas winning. That's fine. I just think.
Wait, you're an A&M fan, though.
I'm a Tennessee fan now, but I still hate Texas. Yeah.
But you just said it's okay if they win. It's not. It's
Well,
never
I'm saying-
okay if Texas wins
I'm
anything.
saying it's okay if you were to say Texas would win. It's going to be a great game. But I'm leaning Ohio State here.
Onward you go. Sorry.
The Chargers cover against the Texans. People restart the Texans hype train for next year. Herbert looks great in that game. No one gives him any respect because no one ever does. Steelers, Ravens, it's close until the end. Baltimore will squeeze it out. Lamar doesn't look that great. The Bills will blow out the Broncos. Packers, Eagles goes into overtime in the Love-Hurts battle. The Eagles will come out on top with an A.J. Brown
Hurts
ceiling touchdown. And Jaden Daniels, he'll show he's a rookie in a loss at Tampa Bay. Sam Darnold shows everyone what he has for 16 weeks prior to last week's game against Detroit and beats former Super Bowl champion Matthew Stafford.
That'd be big for Sam Darnold, big for his bank account.
Yep.
How come nobody has sung that song Love Hurts this week? That's a great way to do it.
They're going to have that as like an outro song after something happens.
Yeah.
It's going to be
I think Cody's in there recording a song right now, I believe.
He is.
I heard him doing something when I walked by, and it sounded like a high-pitched noise. I didn't check the computer screen.
Was there a cat dying in there or something?
Who killed the cat?
Love hurts.
The line from GoldenEye. Shout out Pierce Brosnan. My script is Baltimore and Pittsburgh will be the game of the weekend. I'm not 100% sold that Lamar Jackson can do it against Pittsburgh again. The last time he did it, he gave the quote at the end of the game, the monkey's finally off my back. But it's also the game of the weekend because of all of the storylines. There's no Zay Flowers. So, Lamar, your number one target outside of Mark Andrews, not playing in this game. Head coach storyline. John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin. Both, I get it. They've done everything they need to do as head coach in this league. Their tenure, their respect, their level of success, it's all there. But there will be some sort of, repercussions against the guy that loses this game. Mike Tomlin would then be 8-11 in the playoffs. John Harbaugh would then not again get to the Super Bowl, which he did again. A lot of people had the Ravens as the most talented team. Chris Broussard has said it for all year long. Said it yesterday. Doubled down yesterday on First Things First.
Oh, wow.
And said it again. I think they're the most talented roster in the AFC. I disagree because now the Chiefs are almost fully healthy without Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Let's take a little chill pill there, Brew. But the other thing I will say is that, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin.
Is that the guy who was making up NBA sources years ago, Chris Broussard?
Maybe.
Right?
But also,
who cares what he says?
The other thing outside the head coach is which quarterback's going to show up? Is it going to be Russ is going to cook, or is Russ still cooked? Is Lamar Jackson going to be the Lamar Jackson that everyone says in the playoffs, I need to see it, or is it going to be all right, here we go, this is my time, I'm ready to put those haters, put them quiet and put them to bed and show up as the MVP of the league or the season that he had. Big game, man. AFC North battle.
I love AFC North football.
Divisional battle. Tomlin, Harbaugh, right? You've got Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Lamar, Russ. I'm sure there's a little friendship there because I'm sure Lamar watched a lot of Russell Wilson when he was younger, going through college, all that sort of stuff, as a generational type of quarterback that Russell Wilson was. But is Russ officially cooked, and is that whole relationship over and done with?
Yeah.
The other one I like is Daniels versus Baker. Low-key fire matchup. I know you don't really care about it, but this is a game like we talked about last night via text. I got no dog in the fight. I want to see if Baker can also do it in the playoffs again. Can he continue to be the Baker that has given Tampa Bay reason to believe that they're okay with him being their franchise quarterback? Mike Evans, veteran, on your back. Let Baker Mayfield find you. Be that guy. And then you move over to the other side. Dan Quinn, right? Came back, probably going to be top 3 finisher and coach of the year, maybe top 4. But you look at what they can do in Washington. Scary Terry, Secretius, Brian Robinson Jr., all those things they have on their team to be a team that can be, kind of like that Houston Texans role. C.J. Stroud came in last year as a rookie, had a really good year. Daniels, he's going to win Rookie of the Year, going into the playoffs. Can you make your stay, or will this be a flash in the pan? I think this matchup is going to be great, and I think Baker is going to win this game for Tampa Bay. I also think Baltimore is going to beat Pittsburgh, but I'm not 100% sold on that. I'm about 75% sold, right? I'm like Clark Griswold.
How could you be sold in that matchup? Because it's been so, that's when I think you just throw the records out the window, man. Right. I'm with you on that.
I'm about as distracted in that game as Clark Griswold was buying jewelry for his wife, and that beautiful woman tried to sell him stuff. I'm best of you. I'm sorry. But the other one that I'm looking at in the script is that I really like to see what the Minnesota Vikings will do. I think this is a game where you say is the game that we see Sam Darnold kind of figure it out. When it's gut check time, great coaches and good quarterbacks figure out a way to quiet that narrative, and I think Minnesota will do that. I think this game being transferred over to Arizona,
I think it's huge. I think it's a big factor.
Is a little bit of a factor in this, and I just like Arizona for the Minnesota Vikings. They still are, on a neutral site, whether you want to believe it or not. I love Kevin O'Connell in this matchup. I love Sam Darnold in this matchup. I used to be all Rams. I was all in on the Rams. I was like, that's the team I don't want to play. But I think with the loss can sometimes be a bigger game than it could ever be.
Agreed.
Right? Like some people say, the Denver Broncos beat the Chiefs 38-0. What's that going to do for the Chiefs? Nothing really there. But again, that doesn't matter. Whereas you lose to the Detroit Lions and lose out on home field, and now everybody's starting to question you, that gives Sam Darnold a little bit of fire. Kevin O'Connell, a little bit of fire. Their offense against that Rams defense, I think, is too much. I think Minnesota wins this game. I think they do cover. They are a 1.5 underdog, at least as yesterday, according to DraftKings. I like Baltimore. I like Tampa Bay, and I like Minnesota to win those games. Again, I'm not 100% sold on Pittsburgh losing, but I am 100% on Tampa Bay winning, and I'm 100% on Minnesota beating the Vikings, or Minnesota beating the Rams, because I love that offense. I love what Justin Jefferson can do. He will expose that Rams secondary, and I think that Kevin Arnold, I think Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold show up as the quarterback combo have there. I get it. McVay and Stafford is on paper the better matchup. You always tend to go to quarterback and head coach, but again, Darnold and Kevin O'Connell are doing something special this year.
They are, but it's the same offense. It's on the road for them. It's on the road for the Rams right now. Like I'm kind of leaning Minnesota on that one as well, just because of everything going on in LA right now, on the human side of dealing with reality that, for the most part, professional athletes never have to deal with the reality of stuff that we have to deal with as normal human beings. And now they do. And I think that's a big, big, big impact on them. So I would lean Minnesota, in that game as well. I kind of feel like they're going to go out there and, the Rams and Chargers both have other things on their mind right now.
We go from KOC to HOA. You'll want to hear this story from Bob Fescoe because, of course, the snow is a factor. And then we'll get into our cover, too, here on Fescoe and Dusty at 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, what's going on? Mac Morey here. The Super Bowl, it's coming up just a month away. It's right around the corner. So what is your plan? What are you going to do? You going to do the same thing you do every year? Or are you ready to step it up a little bit? Try something even better. You should be going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Kansas City Live in the Power and Light District on February 9th. It's a Super Bowl experience like no other. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players have made history and will continue to do so. You'll meet some of the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music, crushing some game day bites, maybe even a game day brew or two. Super Bowl only comes once a year. The Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. Are you in? Tickets, they are limited. You don't want to miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with TrueHold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to Truehold while its value is high. You bag all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a Truehold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. Truehold.com.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call Heartland Men's Health today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at Heartland Men's Health will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Century Roofing is celebrating 35 years of protecting KC homes and has been voted best in Johnson County for the third year in a row. If you've noticed signs of roof damage after last year's storms, don't wait. Schedule your inspection today. Our no-pressure, expert roofing team will assess the damage and help determine if it's time to file a claim. Trust the pillars of strength with KC-based, female-owned Century Roofing. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com to book your inspection now.
Century Roofing, trust the pillars of strength.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday season or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike
Missouri
Scott.
sign, good news. 435 westbound before 103rd Street with that accident now out of the way. Delays unwinding through the Grandview Triangle, but past that, things slow down again approaching Holmes with an accident blocking the left lane. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
We'll get into cover 2 in about 7 minutes here on Fescoe and Dusty. I hope you're all having a good Friday. It's not really a red Friday. It's a relaxed Friday, right? You get to have Texas, Ohio State tonight. Then you get a couple games tomorrow on a Saturday and then wrap it all up on Sunday. And then here we go Monday as we are in day 2 of the 5-game stretch of the best 5-day stretch of sports, of football, I should say. as we talked about earlier this week.
We talked about it privately. We haven't brought it to the air yet. I think January has become the greatest sports month now.
We didn't talk about this.
Want to talk about it now then?
Yeah, let's get into it for a quick second.
913-586-7965. Sponsor. That's the text line sponsored by Jay Southland Tow. Doing the Lord's work. Cam also was like, it's weird going home to sleep and just now turning you guys on. Normally it's like doing the snow plows. Like it's just been a weird week.
It's been a crazy week for people.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, we'll get to the snow thing in a second. But I want to run that because I've heard from people over the years, and it's always been a debate, which is the better sports month, March or October.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I guess spring training in March, I guess.
March Madness is fun.
Yeah, it is.
Like we hate college basketball season.
Right.
And it's like, hey,
March
Thursday.
Madness. Yeah, and we're all experts.
11 o'clock.
We're all experts on, Duquesne. But I think March and October have always been like kind of battle back and forth. And I was thinking about it this week. I'm like, I think January has now become the best sports month of the year. You have the final weekend of the NFL regular season, which a lot of times is for all the marbles. You're playing for playoff spots. You're going down to game 272 that matters, and everybody's watching. Then you immediately go into the NFL postseason. You go into head coaches and general managers being fired and hired. You've got the college football playoff and national championship stuff going on right now as well. And, you've got the opportunity to see some great football and 5 playoff games in 5 days, basically. 5 days of playoff football. Boom, 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 boom. And so I think for me, like January is like the winter doldrums and nobody likes it. You're coming off the holidays. But I'll tell you what, man, the sports calendar in January and everything that's going on so far in the first 10 days of this year from a sports standpoint, I think January has usurped, to steal a word, March and October is now, in my opinion, the best sports month of the year.
I'm in. Agreed completely.
I love September. I think September's up there, right? You're wrapping up the baseball season.
Yeah.
It's a big in there. This year's September was awesome for us,
Yeah,
right?
great for us, yeah.
And, you get the end of the baseball season. Golf is also finishing up with the FedEx Cup races, me being the outlier of that situation. But also you have the start of football. Like you've waited all summer. You've gone through training camp, and football is finally here. So you get baseball, football, and then for me, you get golf. Plus, it's like that good time of fall where like you're starting to kind of lift the windows open, let the air, and just the season of it plus the sports of it, to me, is just better than this garbage that we have outside.
Well, this stuff sucks, but having these sports kind of helps you through
saves
it.
it.
It really does.
In January, like you said, like football, like college
the
football
Chiefs have
playoffs.
made January and February for me, who's had seasonal depression in January and February for most of my life. Since the Chiefs have been winning, my life is so much better from a mental standpoint these months. Sports and having this opportunity to watch all this stuff. We're already 10 days into January. Take our mind off this crap, right?
Yeah, I'm ready to be on a tee box hitting pipes down the fairway, but that's not happening for another 6 months, it appears, because it's just devastating outside.
May not be melted in 6 months.
Yeah.
I heard we may have another big one on Valentine's Day, somebody was telling me this morning. They're looking at future models, and they're like, oh, Valentine's Day, there may be another 10 to 12 inches.
What?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Huh. Somebody says, I'm with Dusty. September and October wins for me because of golf championships and racing championships on top of football.
Yeah.
It
all depends on what your interests level
Yeah,
are.
913-586-7965. What's the best month of sports throughout the year? January, April. I mean, April's nice too.
April's
right?
good. Your spring, baseball, Masters, Final Four, national.
Yeah.
Like April is a good month as well. Yeah.
April's almost good because you've survived.
You survived,
Right?
yeah. Yeah, like you get to April, you're like, I made it.
But can it be the best sports month if it doesn't have football?
Yeah, probably. You
Well,
got the draft.
Yeah,
You do. You got the, I mean,
guess.
every month
That's
has
fair, and
something
the
in the
draft is
NFL.
fun.
Every month has something in the NFL.
Somebody says, agree. January has the most going on, but September's the best all-around viewing experience. Ain't down.
What does that even mean, though? I don't know. What does that mean?
Experience ain't done.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Somebody
so.
says 12 more inches of snow coming the week of the 17th through the 23rd.
What?
Is that February or January? I am so done with snow, dude.
Stop. You're scaring me.
Yeah, I mean, 12 more inches?
From the 816, it's so funny. Bob, the one that bashes weather forecasters, relay what he heard. Yeah, I'm going to relay the information. Doesn't mean I agree with them.
Yeah.
I mean, they hit one. Whoop-de-doo.
But they hit it.
They got it.
I mean,
they got it right.
They hit that
But
three-leg
the
parlay.
other 10 they missed. You know.
Me and Bob carpooling to work for the foreseeable future.
That's right.
Let's go.
But Bought a new Cobra Aero jet driver a few weeks ago. I feel like I'm never going to get out and use it, Dusty. Simulators. Go out there. They have those. I know there's one, and that's not the same, but you can do it.
From the 816, if Bob took a month off from the radio program, that would be the best month. Says the guy listening.
Well, we did take off a month, basically.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we just did that.
But it wasn't any of us. Like, Colin Cowherd all day.
So the winter sucks, right? And nobody likes the winter. Nobody likes the shoveling.
I like it, but I don't like the extreme.
You're over
winter.
it though already.
Yeah, because it's extreme winter.
Yes, it's terrible.
I don't mind a little fire, a little pajamas, a little robe. I
if
love
it's
that.
nice, you do that. But when it hampers you for an entire week, like this one has done, has just been atrocious. And so we get an email from the Homeowners Association yesterday. Those of you that do we have any Homeowners Association music? Those of you that have the Homeowners Association understand the Homeowners Association. We all just kind of roll our eyes. And so I'll just read you the email we received yesterday. Mind you, this was yesterday. Dear neighbors, as winter settles in, our neighborhood transforms into a picturesque wonderland.
That's how they started it. That's so crazy.
However, with the beauty of snow comes the responsibility of ensuring our sidewalks remain safe and accessible for everyone. As responsible homeowners, it is our duty to shovel the snow off our sidewalks promptly. This simple act not only helps prevent accidents and injuries, but also ensures that our community remains welcoming and navigable for all, including children, the elderly, and those with mobility challenges. Here are a few tips to keep in mind. Number 1, shovel early and often. Fresh snow is easier to remove than packed snow. Try to shovel shortly after snowfall to make the task more manageable. Number 2, use safe techniques. Bend your knees and lift with your legs to avoid straining your back. Take breaks if needed.
Thank you.
Number 3, consider your neighbors. If you have elderly or disabled neighbors, offer to help them with their shoveling. A small act of kindness can go a long way. Number 4, use ice melt sparingly. While ice melt can help prevent slippery surfaces, use it sparingly to avoid damage to sidewalks and the environment. By working together and taking these small steps, we can ensure that our neighborhood remains safe and enjoyable for everyone throughout the winter season. Thank you for your cooperation and commitment to our community. This email comes yesterday, Thursday, after a Sunday and Monday blizzard where everybody was out shoveling. We had one guy in the neighborhood literally plow every sidewalk in our neighborhood because he had the big machine. He just got behind it and he went, man, and he just went down the entire block. The only thing that wasn't cleared in our subdivision, in our neighborhood, was one sidewalk in front of a house that doesn't look like anybody's even home, and the common area by the entrance to the subdivision, by the sign that they charge us $30,000 for, that the trees are so high you can't even see the sign. Those are the only 2 areas that we're not taking care of. And our streets weren't plowed, which is fine. I get all that. It's a neighborhood, whatever. They took care of the main roads. They sent out that letter because one person didn't shovel. Because Jen and I drove the neighborhood last night because she was hot when she saw this one, right? Hot.
Oh.
Hot.
Okay.
She was hot.
She's always hot.
Yeah, thank you. When she saw this one. And so we said, you know what? We're driving the neighborhood. We drove that. Not that it's big. There's 80 houses in it or something like that. It's not huge. Drove the neighborhood. One house did not get that job done. Why not go talk to that person instead of sending out this email like we're all ignorant asses that didn't do anything? I just want to win, Jen.
I do love this text regarding that. Why are HOAs consistently giving thanks coach vibes? That made me giggle.
That's good.
Bend your knees. Thanks, coach. Take rest. Thanks, coach.
That was here. Here are a few tips to keep in mind. Thanks, Helen.
Yeah. Is that her name?
I don't remember what it was. Betty or,
From the 913, I'm not shoveling 5 feet of plowed snow just to clear my sidewalk for 3 elderly people to walk on.
But the thing is, we had this one neighbor, and my wife even responded back to the Homeowners Association president. He goes, your neighbor legitimately came out and plowed every sidewalk. He just went right down the street. Just no effort, just went right down the street.
Somebody said you should email back and tell them to suck your ass.
It's funny you say that because I told my wife I was going to do that. She goes, please don't.
Just don't make it a drama thing.
Yeah.
Come on.
Guess who's not coming to the block party? No, I had a friend one time that said that, like, in their HOA, they were, like, upset with all the decorations that people put out for holidays. It was, like, one of these, like, there's a number count. And so in, retaliation, everybody that was on the same page to go against them put, like, so many different blow-up, like, things in their front yard, or, like, middle finger to the HOA.
No, the HOA,
it's a power trip.
It is, yes.
That's all
they were the safety patroll when they were in middle school.
Mac,
you were on safety patrol, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, right. When I was living in Blue Springs over by Stone Canyon, we had HOA over there. And my stepdad's like, you know what? I'm tired of these emails. I'm just going to go to the meeting and see what it's all about. And they had a middle school gym over there. Now it's Paul Kender. It used to be Sunnyvale or Sunny Point, whatever one it was. And he said he made it 10 minutes of the meeting because everybody just stood up and there was like, yeah, there was a mailbox that was open for 2 days. I thought that was kind of unsafe. And then somebody said something about, yeah, there were a couple of trash bins at the end of the driveway that were there past their time. They needed to bring those back to the thing. He just stood up and walked out.
I told you we got a message on, like, the neighborhood ring thing. Why hasn't my trash been picked up? It was supposed to be picked up on Monday.
Jeez. Don't you know how holiday schedules work?
Have you looked outside?
Have you looked outside, Karen?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Go sit back down in front of the fireplace and have some hot cocoa, Nancy.
See, the lucky thing for me is that I'm from a generation that will never own a house, and I'll just rent, so I don't have to deal with HOA. Like, I can't. I don't know, man. I just can't.
It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
You know, so 512 had their grass was a little long.
Right.
That's another one. You need to mow your lawn at least once a week. Because I remember, I think it was my buddy Zach. He lives on a corner lot in Lee Summit. He was mowing his lawn, and they said, you don't need to mow that far. That's not your lawn. So he didn't touch it because it was technically like the city. And he just let it grow. And he was like, I could have mowed that, but now it's an eyesore because you guys told me not to mow it.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
I mean, the things that people get, concerned with. I mean, again, the whole neighborhood was plowed except for one neighbor who hasn't been home and the common area.
Common area.
The entrance, whatever. This just where nobody lives, but it's like an entranceway or whatever, right?
Right.
That has not been done. Because nobody's going to do that.
Who's doing that?
That's why we pay a homeowners association fee.
That's
right. Somebody's out there and do it.
Did you consider Brett from Miller?
Did Will Chamberlain or Danny Manning, have they reached out to Wiggins?
You think I'm a goddamn fool? And also just wanted to double check that Dan Kilgore is going to practice today. I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
Coach, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
So there you go. HOA, that's your thanks, Coach.
Yeah.
Thanks to the text line. Take the day off. You know what? Take tomorrow and Sunday off,
some
too.
of my neighbors.
Oh, they're like, preach? Is that what they're saying? Yeah. I mean, HOA's like, it's just such a power trip.
I mean, like, who in their right mind takes a look at the entire neighborhood that's been plowed and shoveled out? Everybody's driveway's shoveled. Like, most of my neighborhood are old guys, so they take care of their stuff, right? They mow 6 times on Saturday. Their yards look awesome, like envious. They're always out there. They got their stuff together. And then this email goes out because one person at the end of a cul-de-sac didn't plow their sidewalk because they aren't home? What happened to just going and talking to that person? Why do we need to involve everybody in this?
Again, HOA.
Which one was your favorite, though? Shovel early and often, use safe techniques.
Take breaks.
Was that the one? Yeah, use safe techniques, bend your knees and lift with your legs to avoid straining your back. Yeah. Take breaks if needed.
Make sure when you drive, you put your seatbelt on before you back out. Make sure you look out the windows. Like, thank you, HOA.
Yeah. Shovel, but use that ice melt sparingly. Leave that ice on the ground. Because after you shovel, then, Ed up the street will slip and fall.
Somebody says, my dad has a second house in Stone Canyon but doesn't live there. The amount of complaining that goes on about his house is hilarious. People complained also about a piece of paper taped to his front door for a week. From his lawn guy.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I like this one from the 913. Last year had a heart procedure done, and 2 days later caught my neighbor bitching about 3 dandelions in my yard.
Wow. Oh, my. Pick them out yourself, Harold. That was another one.
HOA Harold is what somebody...
Yeah. That's another... From the 913. Hell yeah, I'll take the day off. I'm going to sit in the garage and have some beverages and a stogie. Cheers, buddy. Yeah. I'll be joining you. Let's get into our cover 2 for this weekend in the playoffs. All right, Mr. McAmoney, you're up.
I mean, first off, I'm watching rookie QBs. I'm excited about the rookie QBs this weekend. You got Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. These are the two guys that.
And you think one of them's going to get blown out?
I do. I think Bo Nix is going to get blown out. Yep. And it's not his fault. It's more the team than him. But yeah, also the other team that he's facing. But yeah, I mean, these are the two top Rookie of the Year candidates, and rookie QBs in the playoffs historically don't perform great. Maybe that trend will change. This has been one of the best rookie QB seasons ever. And then I think Bob talked about it earlier, maybe in his script, but so it's kind of, I'm going to piggyback on that. Mike Tomlin and his seat, how hot it gets if they lose, when they lose, how they lose. His future, for whatever reason, seems to be in the balance with this game. Haven't won a playoff game since 2017, so yeah, Mike Tomlin's seat, is it going to get extremely hot if they lose this game?
So that's what you're looking for this weekend. I'm going to piggyback off of your Tomlin's hot seat, and I'm going to add Harbaugh, John, to that hot seat, because either one that loses Monday morning on Sports Talk Radio in that city is going to be, has Tomlin run his course, or has John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson run their course, right? Like, this game is setting up for, I don't want to use the term meltdown, but it's setting up for a week of it's time to make some serious changes in Pittsburgh or Baltimore to whoever loses this one. I will tell Pittsburgh, as I did yesterday, and then Orlovsky stole my take, is that we're looking at a Pittsburgh team that continually blames Mike Tomlin, but he's taking chicken scratch and making chicken salad out of this, you know? You had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson given to you as a quarterback, and you almost won the damn division.
10 wins. Yeah, it's amazing.
So enough with Mike Tomlin, all right? Start questioning the general manager in that organization, because Mike Tomlin's out there taking chicken scratch and making chicken poop or whatever. So I'll be watching that one and how they're saying well, Mitch said doo-doo. I figured we were.
Yeah.
And then the other one that I'm going to be watching too, because both guys are kind of banged up, is that Love Hurts matchup. Which banged up quarterback is going to do more, or, quite frankly, try to stay out of the way of their team winning a football game? Because I think staying out of the way means you're giving Jalen Hurts the opportunity to hand the ball to Saquon Barkley all day long. And the same thing with Green Bay. Run the hell out of the football. Get a good running game up there. So which quarterback is going to stay out of the way to allow their team to win?
You keep bringing up the Love Hurts. Have you ever seen the Saturday Night Live skit called Cookie Dough, where they do it to that tune? It's called Cookie Dough, and they're like, it's like a Gatorade commercial, but instead it's a Gatorade.
Oh yeah, yes, I have, yes.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's so gross.
I'll send it to you, man. But it's like Will Ferrell's like a track star, and like at the end of his race, he like chunks it all over his face. It's so funny. So funny. Cookie Dough. My cover two are two quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. Reason why? Josh Allen, you're the MVP of the league. It's been your season. Josh Allen, go take care of business. Continue to get to that point, which is AFC Championship game against Mahomes. We all want to see it. Everybody wants to see it. National media, local media, Buffalo media, Chiefs media, everybody, fan-wise, is ready for that matchup. Josh Allen, go be that dominating force that everyone has said that you have been all year. I'm watching how Josh Allen plays in this game, and like Mac had noted earlier, could be windy, could be snowy. Hello, Buffalo football in the playoffs. Fans, bring your shovel, because you know if you want to sit, you got to do it your damn self. The other one is Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's been new life in the NFL. This is a new storyline for Justin Herbert. 0 playoff wins. Jim Harbaugh has came in and saved your day.
It's today.
That's right. And he knows what it's like to be born, because he remembers it. It was warm. It was light. It was fun. And Justin Herbert has been born again in this new sort of reign for the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm really interested to see what he does against Houston. Again, Mitch Holthus told us earlier. If you missed it, check out the podcast page. Mitch Holthus told us earlier, I'm really interested to see how the Chargers do against the Houston Texans. Don't doubt them out. Houston's had some time to kind of get things right. You're going to see Nico Collins kind of do his thing, but I'm looking to watch Josh Allen.
Are you feeling more about Houston now than you were earlier in the week?
No, I still think the Chargers win.
Okay.
But I think it's time to watch Justin Herbert a little bit more under the microscope. I think I'm ready to see, is he going to be this guy that, do you want to get in the conversation as a top 5 quarterback? Do you want to be in that conversation with Allen, Burrow, Lamar, all those guys? You win this game, you take a lot of weight off your shoulders. No one's expecting you to go to the Super Bowl. No one's expecting you to go to the AFC Championship game. People are expecting you to get a playoff win. It is time to show up for you, Mr. Justin Herbert. I'm watching that. I'm watching Josh Allen because, damn it, I kind of like Josh Allen. And that pains me to say, because I do like watching
And
Josh
see,
Allen.
I like Bo Nix. Which guy that Dusty likes or Bob likes is going to win this weekend.
Yeah, because there ain't no ties in the playoff, baby.
Could there be? Could we have a tie?
Nope.
Just end it in a tie of both teams combined to face the next opponent? That's what they should do. If you tie in a playoff game, you combine both teams and you take on the next opponent.
That's what it would take to beat the Chiefs. So,
and they still may not.
Exactly.
Right.
Do you think a combined Denver-Buffalo team could beat the Chiefs? 913-586-7965.
I will ask you this. Which underdog this weekend do you think has the best chance? The Rams? Is that the easy answer?
Yeah.
I mean, that's but no,
Rams.
it's not anymore because they moved the game. So
I think it's the Commanders.
Yep, that's fair. Rams, Packers, Commanders would be the three. Any other answer I would disagree with.
Those are the underdogs you think could win?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the best chances.
See, I think one of Houston or Denver is going to win. So I would take one of the. I think I would take Houston.
What's
probably.
your percentage of Pittsburgh, though? 20%? 25%? Is that way too high?
Somebody on the text line actually had a good one.
'Cause they're a
Tomlin should throw him a
massive underdog.
curveball and start Justin Fields.
I mean, he went 4-2. Or what do you do?
4-1.
with it. Yeah,
4-2. I can't remember.
What
Yeah.
happens if that does happen, though?
Then we never say anything about Tomlin again.
Do shockwaves go through is there panic that sets in because you were preparing for Russ and now you got
for
Fields?
sure.
Yeah.
I think people would make a bigger deal out of it than it is. Still go out there and play your game. We got our defensive plays. We'll call our play. You execute your play on defense. Go ahead and take care of business. But I mean, that would be wild if Tomlin did. I hope Tomlin does that. God, I would love Mike Tomlin even more. And I don't know how much more I could love the guy. But if he did that, I'd be like, oh, this is great.
No one said George Pickens is in their cover, too. Let's see how that guy shows up.
Seriously.
He had a really bad game in the last game of the season.
He could have gotten 1,000 yards, gotten an incentive, came in that game with 900, walked out with 899.
3 drops.
Oh, he was so bad. And I had money on him, of course.
6 targets, 1 catch. No, 0 catches, 3 drops.
That's almost as bad as Carson Wentz, half a total yard, finishing with 10.
Yikes.
Well,
we had a text earlier that says if Pittsburgh beats Baltimore, they're going to play Sorry, Miss Jackson, which I thought was great.
Oh.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Woo, I am for real.
He never meant to make her daughter cry. He apologized a million times. Don't forget, next week, in fact, I think Monday, actually, you'll have a chance to do this. We have made some playoff T-shirts thanks to our friends over at Gates Barbecue, so be on the lookout on how to get these next week. And don't forget to get Gates Barbecue for your tailgate or if you're watching at home this weekend. We can get back into which underdogs we think could have a chance, and Bob will tell you about another underdog here on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Yeah, download that Underdog app right now, especially if you are in the state of Missouri. That's right, Missouri sports fans. I've got great news for you. Underdog is available to play in Missouri right now. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs, which players are going to go off and which players are going to be ice cold. And with over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athletes' performances. It doesn't matter if it's the NBA, college football, the NFL, all sports are there and all sports are covered on the Underdog app. And with their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats when it comes to yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and more. This week, I love Ladd McConkey higher than 5.5 receptions in that playoff game. So go to the Underdog app right now. Make sure you download it because Underdog is the best play to play Champs. Download the app, sign in with promo code BOB, and deposit now and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these great game day specials. 8 wings and a basket of tots for $12 plus $4 domestic OP cups. The other place, the next best thing to being at the game.
This weekend, only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, get 50% off all activewear for the family. So hurry in this Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 1/11 and 12. Excludes clearance and license.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 965. That's code 965 for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Kansas only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort.
Hey, it's Karen with Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Ready to replace that roof? We have flexible financing options, 12 months same as cash, and don't make a payment for 90 days. And that's just one of many options we offer. Get on the schedule now with our in-house Consumer Credit Center. One call does it all for flexible payment options, affordability, and peace of mind. Visit shamrockroofer.com. That's shamrockroofer.com or call 1-866-932-3545 today.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Zero, like in 0% financing. Zero is back. Up to 0% financing on select 2024 and 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. Yeah, we did that too. And we're Google's highest review rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. 0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Google highest review rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics. Hogjaw Q and Brew. Just the name sounds kind of curious, doesn't it? If you haven't tried Hogjaw Q and Brew, well then, you've missed out on what's been voted Kansas City's best barbecue. Aged beef, slow smoked. Yep, even better than a guy named Joe. We're at 9th and Swift, right off Burlington Road. Come in, order online, DoorDash. Heck, we'll even cater. Hogjaw Q and Brew, hogjaw.com. Come see what all the fuss is about.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side, 435 westbound, still pretty heavy approaching Holmes with an accident blocking the left lane, but the long delays coming out of the Grandview Triangle have, for the most part, unwound. At Metro Ford, family owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Say it ain't so. We got an hour and 15 minutes left on this show. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll get to the Richards of the Week from all of us. Spoiler alert, it's not HOA for Bob Fescoe, but it gets better. And then obviously, if you remember the show on Tuesday or Wednesday, you probably know who my Richard of the Week is. We all agree that HOA can kick it. They just make things stressful. Big weekend of football tonight. Huge. Texas, Ohio State, 6:30. Kind of wish that game was later. I'm kidding. It's Friday. I don't care what time that game is.
I'd like to have it at noon with this weather. Nobody's going anywhere. I'll just watch the game now.
Yeah, right. With those powerhouses, you put that thing at 6:30 on ESPN and watch the ratings.
How's the weather in Dallas right now? Because that's where that game is being played. And weren't we discussing this morning that it's an S show down in like Dallas, Little Rock, Nashville, maybe Oklahoma City? I don't know if they're receiving any kind of weather or whatnot down there. But I know Dallas and Little Rock and Nashville are pretty much S shows right now. So I'm wondering how that's going to impact that game down there in Dallas tonight, because they can't handle snow.
No. I mean, Little Rock, my buddy lives in Mall Mill, Arkansas. It's like 45 minutes, I think, away from Little Rock.
What's it called?
Mall Mill.
Mall Mill, Arkansas.
Yeah. And
what's he do there?
He owns his own epoxy flooring company.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty successful, I guess. I don't know, which is weird because he just does garages, basically, because there's no basements in Arkansas, really.
Oh, really?
From what I've heard, there's not a lot of houses with basements. Like, he doesn't have one. The 3 guys that he's friends with out there that I've met, none of them have basements. I don't know if there's something into that, whether it's like the foundation.
True in the South in general, I feel.
Yeah.
Well, but I didn't know
way.
Arkansas was that far enough south where we were not doing basements anymore,
Yeah.
I know in California they don't have them.
But he had a video, or his wife had a video of their daughter watching it snow, and it was like potato flakes, man. It was like coming down in Arkansas, and I was like, Cole, what are you doing, man? He goes, I don't know, man. Like, luckily I'm from Kansas City, so I know how to deal with it, but a lot of four-wheeling. That's all I know. And like, you just, like, which is kind of hilarious how we kind of contradict ourselves, because I was telling you I was with on the show with Henry Lake on Sunday night, and I was like, I know you guys in Minnesota are, telling us like, oh yeah, 10 inches, whoa, big deal. And then we go look at people in Arkansas like, yeah, we got 5-inch snow. I'm like, that's it. It's like, hey,
but
check
that's
yourself.
a lot down there. Like when you live in a place that never gets cold and never gets snow, and then they don't have the plows.
No,
they don't have the salt. They don't have the ability to get out there and treat the roads and take care of things and get people back to moving, because once in 40 years, maybe something like this happens. So I would imagine a lot of these towns and places that are getting pummeled right now by the snow probably don't have the ability to move. It may be warm, though, tomorrow. I think it's supposed to be back in the 50s in Dallas, tomorrow.
So just completely melt away.
Yeah, right.
Whereas this will be here until the end of February.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. So I'm just wondering if the weather is becoming an issue down there in Dallas for folks.
They say
tonight.
no basements from the 816 because of the fault lines.
Is it the New Madrid fault? Is that because I remember when my friend it is, because the only reason I know that is because my friend bought a house when we were living in St. Louis, my buddy John, and I remember sitting down with him. I was a couple years older than him. It was his first home buying purchase. He's like, "You've been through this before. Let's talk about some stuff." So we're sitting there, we're going over the insurance, right? And it's like, they're trying to sell me earthquake insurance. I'm like, it's St. Louis City. Like, you probably don't need earthquake insurance. And then people are like, no, you do, because we're on the New Madrid fault. God forbid it moves. You have earthquake. You don't get covered. Boom, you're screwed. And so that's the memo to everybody out there right now. You better have flood insurance. Like, you better have every kind of insurance that they offered, because when something happens, they will try to claim you don't have the proper coverage on that. We got screwed with flood insurance when we had the sewage in our basement leak up above the toilets.
How'd that smell?
It was nasty.
Yeah, I bet.
But it was so much. The insurance wasn't going to pay. You don't have flood insurance. And I live in a city. The sewage backed up, and it ruined the whole block.
Gross.
And so we were able to hire some of the Roto-Rooter guys on the side to come out and do it for pennies on the dollar cash. But it would have been like a $10,000 deal that insurance wasn't going to pay. So yeah, the New Madrid fault. I guess that's part of the reason why maybe you don't have those basements.
Somebody says, Bob, the traffic guy just said it's a slog out there.
Oh.
I don't know what slog is. Slushy, sluggy,
sloppy, slow.
Sloppy Joe's. I mean, I'm extra sloppy. Is that new Happy Gilmore? Is it on Netflix yet? I thought they said something about January. I thought they said something about January 7th. Am I wrong on that?
Who's going to watch the new Hollywood Squares?
I will.
Will you?
I love game shows.
You do?
I love Steve Harvey. I think Ryan Seacrest.
Steve Harvey's fantastic.
I think he gets a little over the top, like when he does like the overextended laugh. But I think Ryan Seacrest is growing on me. I watch Wheel of Fortune almost every night at 6:30.
Yeah.
I eat. Come on, man. I'd still take Vanna White to dinner.
My mother sent my wife a text last night. You're as old as Wheel of Fortune.
Thank you. Lose a turn. I just love trying to get the puzzle before anybody else, obviously. I love Jeopardy. I think it's a fun show.
I like Teen Jeopardy because I know those answers, or the sports category. That's about it.
Yeah,
the best philosophers.
Yeah. 18th century novels. Ooh.
Yikes.
I will say during COVID, they had like almost every Jeopardy episode on Netflix.
Oh, they still have them everywhere.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. You can find all that. Like, the game show thing, I bring it up because Nate Burleson is hosting Hollywood Squares. The center square is going to be Drew Barrymore. For years, it was Whoopi Goldberg, and I date back to the Shadow Stevens days. But it's on streaming, like, so you can watch it at any time. And I heard that, I'm like, I don't know. I guess I just wanted game shows on like Wheel of Fortune 6:30 every night. You sit down and you're going to watch it. Like it's on streaming. I don't know that I'm looking for game shows on streaming. That's just me. Are you guys? I don't know.
I just love Family Feud too. It's just such a fun show. Who's got the most pressure in the playoffs this week?
This week and this week alone. Everybody that we're
I guess I should say this. Who is the top of the list this weekend for a must-win?
Must-win, probably.
Who needs to win, obviously, more than anybody else this playoff weekend? This weekend.
Just this weekend alone, Justin Herbert.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
I would say Sam Darnold kind of falls into that category as well because I just can't get past his performance on Sunday night, and I'm rooting for Sam Darnold to cash a check. And I'm hoping Sunday night was an anomaly for the season for him.
Is it unfair to say Lamar, or is that the easy way out?
No, I don't think that's unfair at all. I think Lamar and Josh Allen got to be on top of this list.
Right.
Josh Allen loses to the Broncos at home. Yikes.
But
Lamar
Justin
loses.
Herbert, as we talked about, hasn't had a postseason win. And, Dusty had made a comment about a segment or two ago, or maybe it was you, Mac, that made the comment of, like, I don't know why we doubt this guy. Because he hasn't won in the postseason. Like, Justin Herbert's image changes with a postseason win.
Yeah, and he's only got one game for a sample size, right?
One
and he
game.
had a terrible head coach in Brandon Staley that kind of fizzled that away as well because he was supposed to be the defensive guy.
Yeah,
well, you got 5 interceptions and still lost, so I don't know what to tell you, But no, I think it's Lamar, man. I really do, because if he doesn't win this game, then all that talk of regular season champion comes back. Like his January record and January into December, January for Lamar is not great. And the legacy that he's built will be like, yeah, he's going to be the MVP quarterback over and over and over again. But it's like, you get to when it matters, and it's like, what's going on? So I think it's a must-win for Lamar. Like a must.
Yeah,
you have to win.
Like if you get knocked, I see what you're saying from that standpoint. Yeah,
because you lost to Pittsburgh again.
That's a good point.
You've lost in the playoffs again. You were one of the best teams again. You were possibly the MVP again, and you got nothing to show for it other than 13 wins and an early exit. That's a must-win for me for Lamar Jackson.
That's a good point, Dusty. I think, like from that standpoint, like you can spin that term must-win any way you want. Lamar, you did a great job with that. I think with Justin Herbert to try to get that first win and get that kind of sigh of relief to be able to play. Is Bo Nix the only quarterback going into the playoffs this weekend? I don't want to use the term house money, but playing like he has nothing to lose.
No, I'd say it's Nix, Daniels, and maybe Baker. I don't think Baker has. I mean, I think his legacy is built. I think
Baker's legacy is always going to be one of those. Man, I want that guy in a foxhole with me. Like no matter what he does,
Right.
So I don't know how much his legacy can.
Yeah,
truly
he got
change.
his contract already. Like, there's not much up for Baker.
Somebody brings up a good point. What if Lamar and Josh Allen both lose this week, and what the narrative will be in the NFL for the Chiefs?
I will tell you what. I don't know that I would wear pants.
Can we book our flights that day?
Yes. I mean, I honest to God don't know if I'd put on pants for 3 weeks.
I do have to be in this room with you.
I don't care. If Lamar and Josh Allen both lose this weekend,
Lord,
pantsless.
Oh.
I just want to win, Jim.
Coming up on the other side, our Richard of the Week here on 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, what's going on? Mac Morey here. That Super Bowl, we were just talking about it. It is right around the corner. So what's the plan? What are you going to do? Are you going to up what you do? You're going to try and do the same thing you do every year? Well, you should be ready to step it up and try something even better. You should be going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. It's at Kansas City Live in the Power and Light District on February 9th. It's going to be a Super Bowl experience like no other. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history and will continue to do so. You'll meet some of the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music, a game day bite, a game day brew. The Super Bowl, it only comes around once a year. You should live it up at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. Tickets are limited. You don't want to miss out here. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years old or to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
Oh, so close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer and select markets.
Hey guys, it's Cody and Alex to let you know that if you're looking for that new career, Centric is the place you want to go. Look, you've been sitting around in a job you don't like anymore, and you want to try something new. I get it. Who wouldn't want a job with better pay, better career advancement, and better opportunities?
So if you've been thinking of a new career, the new year is a great time to start. Classes start in the middle of January at Centric. Contact our friend Russ. Centric.com. That's CENTRIQ.com.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by award-winning Johnny's Barbecue in Olathe.
Football and barbecue fans, score big with Johnny's Barbecue tailgate packages. Whether you're hosting a home gate or a tailgate, Johnny's Barbecue has you covered. Check out our tailgate packages at johnny'sbbqkc.com. Located in Olathe and serving all of KC. Johnny's Barbecue. Taste the smoke.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 71 northbound, slow rolling from 87th Street up towards 75th, where it bogs down and gets very heavy, but recovers past Gregory. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Head home with The Drive. Weekdays starting at 2 on 96.5 The Fan, KFN, CFM, and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Final hour here on 96.5 The Fan for Mac, Bob, and myself before we head out to the weekend and slumber in.
I think this is the weekend a lot of people are going to be getting out, though, right?
Yeah, you got to. I mean, I had to. Eventually, I just was going to go stir crazy. Great movie, by the way. Gene Wilder.
Even I go stir crazy. I don't like really going anywhere. I'm very introverted, but I was even going stir crazy the last couple of days.
Yeah. Got to do it, man.
Hey, there's blue sky.
Sweet.
Haven't seen that in a month.
Are you ready to just see grass? Am I at that point where it's like, can I see grass?
Like, we literally saw grass on Saturday and Sunday. Now, maybe not Sunday, but Saturday, right? And here we are, not even a week later, we're like, just let me see the lawn. Please.
Come back.
I want my grass back. You know, you don't know how much you're going to miss your grass when it's taken away. Like, here we are, 3 grown men wanting our grass back.
I'm just ready to mow.
You can hear the sound, right?
Oh, yeah.
From the 5-6-3. How's it Brandon Staley's fault? Justin Herbert played awful in the second half of that game and blew a 27-point lead.
Justin Herbert did play awful in the second half of that game. And as the head coach, you have to recognize your guy is ass and change the game plan and just start handing the ball off and shortening the game. It's not that hard. It's not hard to be an NFL coach. I've said this for years.
It's not?
No. They make it hard. They make it hard. Like, Brandon Staley made coaching hard. You watched him, you're like, oh my God, you're taking something that's not that difficult and turning it into a quadratic equation here, man.
I know that I'm hard. That'll live forever. I guess we had that one on lock. He just had to go one step over and boom. It is what it is. Let's get to the Richard of the Week.
Did not have
you were ready to play the I know I'm hard, but you couldn't play the Richard of the Week?
Oh, Richard, I'm so happy. Hold me. Richard of the Week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Just sounds like you guys need snow blowers. No, Emily gave me one the other day. Thank God. I got one now. My wife just did the entire street, by the way.
Wow.
Did she remember to take a break? Use her knees?
Use her knees,
Yeah.
Take a break, bend your knees, don't throw too much ice melt down. What was the other one?
I don't know.
Shove early and often.
Consider your neighbors.
Yeah, got to consider your neighbors, man.
Yeah, and you got to bundle up.
Yeah.
You know?
Shovel early and often. Fresh snow is easier to remove than packed snow. Try to shovel shortly after snowfall to make the task more manageable. Again, this is an email from the HOA. Use safe techniques. Bend at your knees, lift with your legs, and to avoid straining your back, take breaks if needed.
You know, when you eat, you should use your utensils to help.
That's right. Consider your neighbors. If you have elderly or disabled neighbors, offer to help them with their shoveling. A small act of kindness can go a long way.
I try to tell you that every day.
Did somebody go to like the accessory store to get all these things? Like, where do you find these? This is clearly something that AI generated, right? Tips on shoveling.
The live, laugh, love AI.
Yeah.
Model. Yeah.
For your health, Steve Brule, Dr. Brule's Rules. Richard of the Week. I'll start this one off. Mine is just scammers, frauds, people that constantly, my friend Lauren, she keeps getting constant calls of people like, who are you? Why are you calling me? Scammers, fraud people. Richards took me for $1,200. Luckily, Commerce Bank, sweethearts, reimbursing me. Eventually, account locked up. Can't spend any money. Straight cash, homie. That's all I got. Richard of the Week. Scammers, frauds. It should be made easy, right? If you have locked out of a device, you should be able to be safe and feel free to call somebody and know that it's a hotline number that you can trust. Partially my fault. I get it. But seriously, to have no heart, no soul, and peace of mind to know what you're doing is wrong. Not only that, normally the attackers attack senior citizens.
Yes, they
normally,
do.
Like one time, my grandfather, no longer with us, R.A.P. Mr. Charles, he got scammed. Somebody sent him a message on Facebook, said, hey, it's your granddaughter. I'm in jail. I got a DUI. Can you wire me $5,000? What'd he do? Was in pure panic. Wired $5,000. Daughter was sitting at home on the couch, didn't know it. Took advantage of an older guy. Scammers,
Happens
frauds, Richard.
all the time.
All
It's
these
just
guys. Richard.
Terrible.
I mean, literally, this weekend, I will watch the movie The Beekeeper. I was talking to a couple of people yesterday. Sawyer, our engineer guy, he's like, because I had to redo my email yesterday, and he's like, what happened? I'm like, here's what happened. He goes, these people suck. And I've heard that guy say 5 words. And that was like, these people suck. That was the newest thing. So, I mean, it's tough, man. Like, I know it's partially my fault, and I own that, and I will put that on my resume of ownership. But again, like, the ability to do this and go through with it, and to have the cold-hearted, self-centered, egotistical, rude mindset to know what you're doing is wrong and to go through with it, and to just be like, all right, have a good day, see you later. And then you look at your account and you're like, what just happened?
How much are those guys getting paid to do this?
Yeah, one guy got $1,200.
No. Oh, you think they're getting that money, like, that's their cash?
I don't know.
Do you think they work for a corporation, if you will?
I mean,
that does this? Or?
Well, like, this was apparently...
loosely use term corporation. But.
Yeah, I mean, like, the way that the lady in security of Commerce Bank tracked it down is it was a place in, like, India that got me.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, they're never going to get this money because we've stopped it and we blocked it and we whatever. Maybe they do get, I don't know. But it's tough. Like those people that are like, go get gift cards and do this. Have my dad, man. My dad's a big high up guy in their church, and they found his bio, and we're like, hey, there's these kids at this church that would really love this opportunity. If you go to CVS and get these, boom, gone. Just like Richard of the Week, man. Richard of the Year, scammers,
seriously,
prank callers that call you all the time. Like, is this David? No, stop calling me.
Yeah,
literally, because then guess what? Now what you've done is you maybe not want to answer the phone for anyone, and it might be LA asking me to come work, and I'm going to be like, stop calling the wrong number, ass. Oh, I guess you're not getting the job.
It doesn't matter that you can't trust phone calls anymore. You can't trust text messages, any of that kind of stuff, right? And so we were scammed, 2 years ago out of, I don't know, $3,500 or whatever it was. It's awful. The number came from our bank, and so we thought it was the bank. I mean, that's the way it is. And so I will recommend to everybody, and I can't recommend this enough, you're not that important in life to not have the spam filter turned on your phone. And that way, when somebody who is not in your phone calls, it goes right to voicemail. And if it's an important call or something you need, they will leave a message and then you will call them back. This is the best preventative message I can give you on this because we're all busy. We're all caught up in life. That phone rings. Sometimes you answer it. You don't know what's going on. Like happened with my wife. She was in the middle of doing 10 different things and whatnot and got burned by it. So what I'll suggest this to you. I think it's iPhone. I don't know if Droids have them or not. I'm sure they do now. Go look for your spam call blocker, and it will block every call that is not in your phone. Every single call that comes in that you don't have programmed in your phone will go right to voicemail, and it will save you the time of having to try to figure out what's going on. Because sometimes you can say words on the phone, they'll record you now in this AI stuff and make it sound just like you. I was talking to my parents about it because they get scammed all the time. And then I get phone calls. Are you in jail? Are you in trouble? Please stop. So we've got to come up with stuff like that because they do go after the elderly. They do go after the 37. They go after everybody.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, so do that as the first step. Put the spam block call filter on your phone and eliminate anybody's phone call that comes in from a number that is not in your phone. Yeah, and that's step one.
And again, we said it yesterday, the app that I got that they said was helpful is called Help Desk Host. Do not do that. And what I've been told by technicians is if they ask you to download an app, hang up the phone immediately. Immediate red flag. So that's mine. You guys take the floor.
Yep. Mac, you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
Yours kind of leads into mine in general, so we start with you.
I'm going to give it my Richard of the Week to this millionaire Los Angeles CEO who posted a message online offering to pay private firefighters, quote, any amount to protect his home from the Palisades wildfires. Keith Wasserman, co-founder of real estate investment company Gelt Venture Partners, posted the tone-deaf hunt for his own private smoke eaters on X Tuesday as the rapidly spreading blaze ripped through the area. Quote, does anyone have access to private firefighters to help protect our home? Need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses burning. We'll pay any amount. Thank you. This guy is so tone deaf.
Hit a thank you?
F you.
This guy is so tone deaf that he thinks because he has money, there's private firefighters waiting to be called to go fight a blaze. I just, the people who just don't get reality and how the real world operates just always pisses me off. That guy can go pound sand.
It just makes me think of that guy he's talked about, Bob, holding his hose, trying to fight the fire. Meanwhile, there's this rich guy.
That's right. The guy who died in the fire, they finally found the body, and his garden hose was still in his hand. He's trying to put out the fire. This guy's on Twitter going, is there any private fire departments out there?
Damn it, man. Pisses me off. I mean, that leads me to mine. Mother Nature. It's been a rough week around the nation. Mother Nature, even here, Dusty says it, be nice to someone. If maybe you got a few inches in your neighborhood, see the old lady that you live next to, go shovel her driveway, go help her out.
Yep.
Down there in Oklahoma or Texas, wherever it is, snowing, go help people out. Over in California, man, it is rough down there. It's tragic. So it's been a rough week. Mother Nature rise around the nation. Lay easy on us, guys. Lay easy on us, Mother Nature, please.
Oh, boy. Coming up on the other side.
I wouldn't say who the guest is because everybody will turn the show off.
Okay. Well, you heard Bob. He knows it better than I do. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking outside right now. There's a little blue sky out there, but if you're headed to the airport or you're getting ready to come back from the airport and you parked at Park and Go, it doesn't matter what the sky looks like. Your car is always going to be protected from the elements because every spot at Park and Go has covered parking. It is phenomenal. And Park and Go has great customer service as well. Not only for days like this or even those hot summer days, you don't want that sun beating down on your car. You need to park at Park and Go when you're flying out of town. Like I said, every spot is covered parking. Make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app. It is so simple. You make your reservation and make sure you prepay. You're going to save money when you prepay as well and get their lowest rate that they have available. And then it's all done, man. It's all taken care of. Show up on the day of your flight. Hey, here's my reservation number. They tell you where to park. As soon as you pull into that spot, the van is there to take you right to the airport terminal. And when you get back, that van's always waiting. We got back at 2:25 a.m. once, and that van was out there waiting for us. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, jump on that bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Your projects begin here. The Casey Remodel and Garden Show, presented by Renewal by Anderson, January 10th through 12th at the American Royal Center. 3 days only for great deals, new ideas, and practical advice with trusted local experts. See twin sisters Leslie Davis and Lindsay Lamb from HGTV's hit show Unsellable Houses on Friday and Saturday. Shop, compare, and save on kitchens and baths to outdoor living and more at the Casey Remodel and Garden Show, January 10th through 12th. Buy tickets early and save at CaseyRemodelandGarden.com.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa. Beyond the surface.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these amazing game day specials. 14-inch two-topping pizzas for just $12 and $4 domestic OP cups. The other place with 5 great Kansas City Metro locations.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Today. Expect light snow with mostly cloudy skies and a high of 31.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
.17, we're back right on time. And it is the Roundtable brought to you by Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. Our guest this week is the boss.
You can keep the camera on you.
Oh, no.
No, they want to see you.
Yeah, you're more beautiful than I am.
I don't know. I need a haircut.
You're the, what?
Yeah, you do.
Let it grow.
Shaggy Steven over there.
I know.
Let it grow.
You're bald.
Our guest today on the roundtable, again brought to you by Kansas Lottery, Dream Bigger, is our boss, Steven Spector. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, guys.
I was going to get you a candy bar, a Hershey's candy bar.
Come on. Why? What? I mean,
We just talk Chiefs.
why are we doing this? It's a snow day. You bring the boss in who's in the Northland, probably couldn't get out of his driveway. He's
Actually,
here.
I had to take my wife's car because she didn't want to drive her car this morning. Late daycare. It was
What
a
kind
whole
of car does she drive?
Honda CRV.
Is
So
that
it's fine?
but you have a Jeep,
But I have
though.
a Jeep,
Yeah.
so I gave her the
better
better car.
Yeah.
Will you ever have the rubber ducks in your dash?
No.
Can you
I don't.
explain that
This
to me?
is all new to me. I've just learned about this rubber ducks in the dashboard of a Jeep.
It just started like 3 years ago. I'm not kidding.
Okay.
I think it actually, because I was talking to Josh about it because he's been a Jeep owner for years. And I was like, what are these ducks? What are we doing? And he goes, yeah, I think they started in COVID. It started as like just a way to say something nice to somebody like, hey, here you go.
There's always been
one of
like
them-
an undercover Jeep wave, but I've never been part of that club. So
It's a Jeep thing. You don't understand.
Yeah.
I have had a Jeep for the last 7 years, but I've never been invited to
You
the
kind of
Jeep
give me a
waving club.
Subaru vibe.
I do?
Like an
I
Outback.
think that's
It's not an insult.
okay.
They're all-terrain, man. If you had a Subaru, you'd be...
Yeah,
hauling
I
all the
classify
Subaru.
Subarus as kind of like
I'm with Steven. Let's move on.
yeah, great cars.
There's a guy that
obviously.
works at the other state. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
How about that parking job
I know
yesterday?
another guy in a Subaru that I'm not a fan of, but
I don't hate Subarus. I think
no, they're
fine.
great cars. I just don't
no.
think they fit my demographic. Is what I'm saying. I don't think they're for 30-year-old men.
you're almost 40.
I am almost 40. I know. That's why I said 30-year-old men.
Let him live his life, Bob. No, I thought we had a really good topic earlier, and I don't know if you were tuned in or not. Who on your mindset, who this weekend, who's in must-win territory?
Josh Allen.
Okay. Why?
Because he was the MVP, right, until the last 4 weeks of the season. Then the narrative started that Lamar Jackson should be the MVP, and fair enough argument. If Josh Allen loses in the first round to the Bills,
To the Broncos.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
He loses the Bills, and he's in big trouble.
Yeah, if he loses to the Bills, he's in big trouble too.
If you lost to yourself, would you eat yourself?
I just think Josh Allen has the most to lose because Lamar has multiple MVPs. Josh Allen doesn't have an MVP. You're the 2 seed. You're at home against the Broncos. Lamar losing would be really detrimental to him, but you can make the argument that Pittsburgh has always given him problems, so you can see that loss happening. There's absolutely no excuse for Josh Allen to lose.
Okay.
It has been a collision course between him and Mahomes at Arrowhead for weeks. And if he goes out in the first round, even before potentially playing Baltimore, it cannot happen, especially someone who had the MVP and then potentially could have lost it in the last 4
So
weeks of the
you'd
season.
rather see Mahomes and Allen in the AFC Championship game at Arrowhead than Lamar and Mahomes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we've seen it before.
We've seen both.
Yeah, but we've seen Lamar at Baltimore.
Yeah, true.
We've seen one good game and one maybe the greatest game of all time at Arrowhead. So yeah, I think Allen Mahomes is a rivalry. I'm not sure Allen or Mahomes Jackson is a rivalry.
I think it's funny you say the greatest game of all time at Arrowhead. I think a lot of people have some of that schlereth on it, that stank, is that because they didn't win the next week. Like, if they would have won the next week and beat Cincinnati, I think we'd be talking about that game as the greatest game we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's still the greatest game, though.
It doesn't hold weight because of what happened next week. I think for a lot of fans, you mentioned that 13-second game, and nobody appreciates that game like you're appreciating that game because of the following week, you know?
Yeah, I guess so, but I think back to that fourth quarter, and it was just the highest level of football between the highest level of quarterback play
crazy.
you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And yeah, the next week takes a bite out of the story. But if you put the game in a vacuum, it's the greatest football game that I've ever watched.
Yeah, you're right. When you kind of put that thing in a vacuum, I'm trying to think what would rival that game. I mean, the first Super Bowl, obviously, with all the Super Bowls.
I thought you said games at Arrowhead.
Oh, at Arrowhead.
I'm sorry. Games at Arrowhead. That's the greatest game at Arrowhead.
The 4th and 9 play against Baltimore, that was a really good game.
But it was regular season versus playoffs, and obviously playoffs.
But
are
also,
here and,
that game, that loss, killed the greatest nickname in sports. We'd no longer even consider Patrick Mahomes the Grim Reaper. Again,
like
they
people,
killed that Nick. All those T-shirts, you don't see them anymore.
You don't. Very rarely do you see
I'm
them.
with him. That's the greatest. That game, and then the next game, I will say the Rams-Chiefs game. Those are the two greatest Chiefs games I've ever seen.
Yeah, that Rams game.
That was pretty ridiculous.
That was wild.
I mean, I know they lost, but I mean, that game, it was just like the same concept. It was like, here we go. And then you hear the announcers, did they score too quickly? I believe there's no such thing as that. But it was like the Rams game that was in Mexico City, but then moved back to L.A. because of Shakira. And then you watch this game against Josh Allen, which, again, that's Josh Allen's greatest game. And no one remembers it because he lost.
The Bills reporter from our sister station up in Buffalo had a great tweet last night when Notre Dame kicked that field goal. There was like 8 seconds left. He goes, "This isn't over. I'm a Bills fan."
No, that was over last night.
I think it bothers them more than we celebrate the 13-second game.
Well, it should.
And it should.
It should. Because we had higher expectations. They were about to take the next step, right? They lost in the AFC Championship game. They come back a year later, divisional round, they have the game won. That was Buffalo's time to make that next step, and that's why it hurts them more than it probably hurts us.
So do you think most of those 13-second things are now like, people keep it in their garage to clean their dipstick with? I mean, honestly, like you're just a rag in the garage is what those 13-second shirts turned into.
We've had 4 more years to get new toys. New shirts. Like
imagine if that 13-second game happened, and then we saw what happened the next week to Cincinnati, and then we never got back. Like, how would we have viewed that 13-second game? We'd call it unlucky 13 or something.
Yeah, it's actually really funny. I was thinking about this the other day. When you look at the last, 8 seasons of Mahomes, right? Yeah. I'm trying to think what, if I had a do-over, would it be the D Ford offsides, right, against the Patriots in the 19 AFC Championship game, or do I get the Cincinnati end of halftime redo? Because either way...
You're talking about one play.
I guess one result. Right, so
because I think if you change either of those plays, we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But so
2 plays have prevented us from winning 5 in a row.
And arguably, Eric Fisher getting hurt, prevents another one. I mean, you can do this for a lot of teams in NFL history. But which one would I rather have? D Ford not being offsides or changing that Tyreek end of the halftime play? It's probably the Tyreek one because 100%. I think you guarantee yourself probably 3 in a row already. Mm-hmm. Now you're going for 4. It's hard to argue with.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. If you could change one result, it's definitely the way that ended at the first half.
That Cincinnati loss the next year they won the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
And then the next year, last year they won the Super Bowl, which would have been the 3.
You're talking about 3.
Yeah.
You're talking about going for 4 in a row. I mean, and
maybe you're not going for 4 in a row because maybe you don't re-sign Chris and you can do the butterfly effect all the way down. Maybe Travis retires before this season. Who knows? Right. But yeah, you could be going for 4.
I'll also take something that we've said earlier in the year when baseball was happening. If they do win that Super Bowl the first year that Mahomes is a starter, right, do they still have that sort of force going forward? Just like when the Royals lost in 14, is 15 different if they win 14? And it's like,
that
losing can break you, but make you stronger coming back.
The Chiefs and Royals are very rare to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very rare.
That 1920 team was really good.
Nasty.
Yeah. And actually, the craziest part is the best team of all this run was the 2021 team that lost to the Bucks. Yeah. If that offensive that team was 14-2 and just an absolute wagon.
Yeah, they were really good that year. But look at what we're talking about. I mean, it's crazy. You talk about like who has the most pressure this postseason. You're like, well, Josh Allen finally needs to win one. Mine was Justin Herbert. He just needs to win a playoff game because this guy gets so celebrated for being so great. I'm not a fan, but he hasn't even won a playoff game. I think there's a lot of pressure on that guy.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that coming in. I actually don't think there's any pressure on Justin Herbert because I think this is year 1 of the Harbaugh experience. So I think
that's a good point,
right? So this is not trying to save a coach's job. This is not anything like that. I think the Chargers are going to be a problem for a long time in the AFC, right? You have the coach, you have the quarterback. This is year 1. So they went from Staley and a poop show to 10 wins, a favorite on the road in the wild card round. That's just year 1. So I don't actually think there's a lot of pressure on Justin Herbert this year. 2, 3, 4 years down the road, if he hasn't won any, but this year specifically, he's on the road against a team that won a playoff game last year. I don't think there's any pressure on Justin Herbert.
Cocked and ready to rock.
Yeah, I like that. I like that angle because I wasn't considering the Harbaugh effect. But each year as a quarterback that you don't win is another year that you don't have left. Too.
Absolutely.
The clock is ticking.
But he's only what 26?
Yeah,
25, 26.
Same age as Bo Nix.
26.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is that old?
Yeah,
No,
he's
he's 24.
Okay.
Bo Nix is 30.
I know he's old, but
Bo Nix is 25 next month.
He actually drives a Subaru. No, so last night's game, do it for you? Is that? I mean, it was the first.
great.
One, yeah,
Great. It was great, and I didn't even have any money on it. And I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, James Franklin fraud. 1-15.
I don't. He made this national championship semifinals, so I don't know how you can be considered a fraud. Now he has the asterisk on his resume that he's never won a big game.
Yeah.
1-15 against top 25 teams.
That's tough.
I'd argue
That's tough.
Bob's known that I've had this take for a long time. I don't, and it's about to go way out the window. Teams from north of the Mason-Dixon line will never win a national championship.
Right.
It's hard to get people to go to Penn State nowadays, right? Like,
Well, no, it's not. I think your whole adage has to change because we're going to see teams, Stephen, I promise you, in the next decade that we never even heard of in both basketball and football start winning because somebody's writing a check, like SMU.
Fair enough. But yeah, Penn State is not in the same tier as the other teams in this college football playoff, and he got them to within a really bad decision by his quarterback of going to overtime in the national championship semifinal. So I don't know if he's a fraud, but he's not. He's definitely has a hole missing in his asterisk.
Yeah, he does. He has a whole,
his resume. Excuse me.
I mean, he was calling plays last night, and I'm still just to this day. I even woke up and I was like, he threw a slant over the middle of the field.
No, he did.
Okay.
The quarterback.
That's fair.
He didn't tell him to go roll
That's
left
fair.
and throw right. You know.
But why are you just be like, hey, let's just run this out? We got overtime. Let's get out of here.
I don't have a problem with them being
No,
aggressive.
you go for it. You be aggressive.
They were
Yeah.
at the 35. They had 40 seconds left.
So what? The Chiefs were at their own 20 and had 13 seconds.
They had
left.
Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Hey, this guy, up until that drive, was being talked about. They're going to draft him in the first round and all this kind of nonsense.
Clock stops at the end of a first down in college.
Yeah,
40 seconds.
40 seconds is a long
Nerves.
time.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you go for it. I'm with you, Stephen, on
Yeah,
that
you
one.
got to go,
100%.
especially with how fluky college overtime is.
Yep.
Yeah,
But you're guaranteed the ball.
You are, but you're also, you're also taking a chance by going to overtime. When you have 40-some seconds left, go for it.
Listen,
you might
that's
as well.
the first time I'd watched Penn State, so I don't have some like big Drew Aller take or anything like that. Kid made a mistake, but yeah, I would rather be aggressive and lose than sit on the ball and hope something good happens in overtime.
He made a mistake after getting bailed out from a mistake. That's the world,
twice, by the way.
That's called even Steven.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
what about
me.
What about tonight? Who do you got?
One thing happens and another one happens, and I'm even.
I wish I could tell you.
You don't care?
No, I don't watch college football. So
who would you want to win? Texas or Ohio State?
Texas.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't
in front of a longtime Buckeye fan.
Lifelong.
2 years. Yeah.
Grew up in Columbus. Went to Ohio because couldn't get into Ohio State.
That's
yeah.
right. Did you know what Bob wants to start doing? He wants to start putting stickers on my headphones every time I have a good take of Buckeyes.
We're going to put Buckeyes all over our heads now.
Doesn't Michigan do that same thing?
Who?
Michigan?
Oh, that team.
Yeah.
Yes. They're fraudulent. They copied us.
Yeah, I have some family ties to Texas, so I guess I'm rooting for Texas. But I'm honestly not going to watch tonight, so I have other plans. So I don't really care. I just want a good national championship game. What I will say, though, is someone who doesn't watch college football, because I don't have Saturdays free, college football playoff has gotten me in. So,
me too, yeah.
So I've watched all the college football playoff games. I haven't watched a bowl game in 5 years. This has been the best thing to happen for me as a sports fan / gambler / fan of games that matter. Great job by the college football playoff.
I agree with you. And you know where I've been on college sports, but Dion got me back in, and now the college football playoff, I'm like, I liked it.
Yeah.
I don't care that the games were blowouts. They were on campus. They were fun. It was different.
They should do a second round of campus games, but
I don't disagree with that.
And then
either.
I would do 8 teams, but that's just me.
You would do 8? Yeah.
I would do 8.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Indiana's not that great regular season. You're not that good of a football team.
No, they really weren't.
Oh, we've got one?
I hope it's something that I didn't say.
From the 913 talking about Drew Aller.
Yeah.
He rolled left and opened up that direct pass rush lane as well.
Okay.
Fair. The next New York Giants quarterback.
That was such a great tweet. I mean, God, that tweet was
And
so
it's showing
good.
him with his hands on his head like this, and it just said, "When I see a New York quarterback, New York Giants quarterback, I see it."
I mean, big athletic from a school that doesn't necessarily produce great quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The Giants do have a
they have a knack for
they
that.
have a knack for that.
They really do.
Yes, they do.
Morehead
Todd
State,
Blackledge?
Old
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Not that athletic.
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhat athletic.
Duke, twice. Did you guys see the Michelob Ultra tweet that went out yesterday?
Well, they threw a can on the field.
Right.
But was it Jeremiah Love stretching that one, like make art sports? Was that it? Okay.
So Michelob Ultra puts this picture that the bottle that flew on the field. And most of the bottle is inbounds, except the neck of the bottle is out of bounds, right? Whatever. It says Michelob Ultra, new profile pic. Somebody quote tweets it named Mahomes to Kelsey at KC Mo Jimmy and says Isaiah Likely week 1.
Solid.
That's really good.
Yeah, and that's about the same amount of. Yeah,
it's really good. Like that's tweeted.
That's really good. Yeah, that's really good. That's a really good tweet.
And you did the right thing. You didn't Adam Schefter it and like say, this looks like Isaiah Likely. You just hit.
No, I just hit retweet because that guy came up with the take, not me. I'm not going to sit here and steal his take. So.
All right, let's move to a sport you are comfortable talking about, the NFL.
Okay.
What's the big game for you this weekend?
I think the Rams and Vikings is going to be like 35-31 on Monday night.
And
that could be really fun. I'm going to take the Vikings, but I would say that's a low level of confidence.
Okay.
I think tomorrow's early game, I don't think Saturday is very interesting.
It's very weak compared to Sunday.
But whoever Houston plays at 3:30 on Saturday in the wild card round is never interesting.
No.
So, again, going to watch all of them. But that Saturday is the least interesting of games. But I'll take Monday. Monday night, it's going to be weird in a neutral site.
Yeah.
The storylines of maybe this is the end of Stafford versus this could be the start of Darnold. Whether or not Darnold was seeing ghosts last week, does that continue into this week? Both teams love points. They've already played each other. I think Monday night could be fireworks.
Okay, all right. I got like 18 things from that little sentence you just said right there. Okay. Number one.
Remind me of my take?
Yeah, I will. Okay, I got to write them down because I got to remember what I wanted to talk about there too. All right, let's start with Matthew Stafford. You said this could be his last game, right? There is that talk.
I don't think so, but this could be his last chance at a playoff run.
Okay, but let's say it is his last.
Could be. You never know.
Do you think that the Rams then go out and trade for Sam Darnold? Same offense, working for a guy that worked under Sean McVay. You know he's familiar with the offense. Kevin O'Connell can give a good reference. Do you see that happening?
It makes sense.
Doesn't it?
It makes sense.
If he's going to walk away, the Rams need to get Sam Darnold, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Minnesota, I pay Sam Darnold and trade J.J. McCarthy.
I would probably do that as well. But I would get both offers for both guys, and whatever one was the best offer for me, that's the move I make.
Absolutely.
You know?
But Darnold's a free agent, is he not?
But you can franchise him.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
You know, tag and trade.
Yeah, I mean, Darnold in Los Angeles, he played at USC, he's a California kid, all of that makes sense.
Makes
And
a lot
again,
of
the
sense.
McVay, Kevin O'Connell makes sense too.
And then you're talking about the game and whatnot. Look, I know I have a different perspective on a lot of things. I think these fires have an impact on both the Chargers and the Rams this weekend.
I don't think so.
Moving a game, and then all these houses are burning. You don't know if you're going to come back and have your house there. Are you leaving your family there? Like, I think it does have a big impact.
I think these guys are so hardwired to just, especially this time of year, block it out. I don't think that, but I mean, I guess
would normally agree with you
human
on this
nature,
one.
JJ
Redick's house went
gone. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's an excuse, but I don't think those guys are going to use it.
Okay, but
So-
I think it does factor in because you went from a home game to a neutral site game, and now you're leaving everybody behind. Like, I mean, all week has got to be tough as well. You
For
know,
sure.
trying to get ready for these games.
I also think maybe the biggest pivot win-loss will be Philadelphia Green Bay. If Philly loses, there's going to be a lot of smoke around Sirianni, Hurts, A.J. Brown, that whole dynamic.
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
Gotta watch out
Talk
for that.
about him being the next coach in Philadelphia.
So I think that's the biggest pivot point of the weekend is
Yeah.
Philadelphia, but I think the best game is Monday night.
What's the upset of the weekend?
I'll help you out.
I don't think there is one.
Okay, because I think either the Texans or the Broncos win.
No chance the Broncos win.
Yeah.
Broncos win. Book it.
Save that audio, Mac.
Please save that. Because God forbid.
I'll say it again. No chance the Broncos win. Steven Spector, 9:39 Friday, January 9th? 10th.
Yeah. The year of our Lord, 2025.
Yeah, I mean, but is Houston winning a home game against the Chargers an upset? I know it is courtesy of Vegas or whatever.
Oh, yeah, because I haven't heard anybody say they think the Chargers are going to lose this football game.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win, but I wouldn't be shocked tomorrow if C.J. Stroud has a great performance. DeMeco Ryans has that team going. They're at home. That's not like a shocker to me.
Yeah.
Shocking would be Pittsburgh winning and Denver winning. Those are the two shockers.
I'm saying I think there's a chance. I've been talking myself into it. I think there's a chance Pittsburgh can win this game. Zay Flowers is bigger than we think.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh looks really broken.
They do, but they're 3-1 against Baltimore in the playoffs. And I think there's a lot of pressure that adds up to Lamar in this. Like I said, basically the last 2 weeks, the regular season, you can fall back on the next week and be like, hey, we messed up some things. That clock gets exceptionally fast.
Yeah,
and the mistakes become that much more visible. And if Pittsburgh, which they have TJ Watt, who's a little bit healthier now, can disrupt Lamar, who doesn't have that quick option, like Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, those are his targets.
Yeah, and Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson's legs. So
if TJ Watt causes a fumble and Pittsburgh scores, and let's say they go up 10-3, they can't run the ball. And when they can't run the ball and they have to throw to Rashad Bateman and hopefully Mark Andrews, because he turned it on the second half of the year. I think he had 0 touchdowns through 8 weeks and finished with 11. But again, I think there's more pressure to this game, and I think there's more to this line than people are looking. Is this 8.5, 9.5?
Yeah, I looked at the body language of the Steelers against the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and then that Saturday night game last week against Pittsburgh, and Steelers look like a dead team walking.
They really have, but I'm never going to doubt Mike Tomlin. I'm just not. And he plays Lamar well. I think he's 18-1 against Lamar or something like that.
I think the best chance for an upset is Green Bay over Philadelphia.
Okay.
Green Bay is the better coach. Mm-hmm. I'd argue that they have the better quarterback. They have a ground game. I know that team has not come into the playoffs looking all that good, but in Philadelphia, that team goes down 10-0 really quickly. That building can change, and we saw Green Bay do it last year against Dallas. They went up 17-0 in the first quarter.
They go down 10-0. That building will flip.
That building will flip really quickly, and they'll be on edge. And then to your point, you don't get Barkley running. I think the best chance for an upset, courtesy of Vegas at least, is Green Bay over Philadelphia.
No building in the NFL flips more than Philadelphia, or at all. I mean, you don't hear other fan bases.
Just a city in general.
Yeah, just ripping their own team in the second quarter.
Do you know what Sirianni's job is?
Head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Okay.
Well, what does he do?
Yeah, I have no idea what his...
I don't know.
Okay.
But that's not necessarily a bad thing if you are a good CEO and leader.
If he's a good manager of people, which I can't say that he is because based on the evidence, but that I would assume that his role is to manage the locker room and the situation.
Right. Be a manager.
Before we get you out of here, your friends at the text line, how did Speck get this job? Surtain locks down Shakir and Denver's pass rush is legit. That gives them a shot.
Yeah, it's the NFL playoffs. Everybody has a shot.
Yeah. But according to you, Buffalo is definitely not losing this week.
Buffalo will not lose to the Broncos.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. I don't think so either. But I mean,
we don't see a lot of rookie. What's the record for rookie quarterbacks going on the road in their first career playoff start to win?
17-0.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Is it really?
Yeah.
He's not messing with us.
Yeah, I guess Bo Nix. I mean, put all your money on Bo Nix then.
I have no idea.
It's definitely not 17-0.
I know for a fact that it's at least 0-1 because Justin Herbert losing in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last year
he wasn't a rookie though.
Oh, that's right. That's right, rookie. Yeah.
C.J. Stroud last year won the home playoff game and then went to Baltimore and looked completely shell shocked. So, I mean, that's the one I can think of from last year, at least recency.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you. Mm-hmm. Steven Spector, Roundtable Guest, brought to you by Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. Coming up on the other side, we get to our tailgate talk. What are you doing? Are you going out big for Saturday or Sunday? Let us know on the text line, 913-586-7965. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
This weekend, only at Old Navy, get 50% off all activewear for the family. Yep, get 50% off all activewear for the family. So hurry in this Saturday and Sunday, only at Old Navy. Valid 1/11 and 12. Excludes clearance and license.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Zero, like in 0% financing. Zero is back. Up to 0% financing on select 2024 and 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. Yeah, we did that too. And we're Google's highest review rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. 0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Google highest review rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics.
Dick Ray, he's your heating magician. Dick Ray, he's a man on a mission. In the dead of winter when the furnace is broken and a chill is in the air, you can call Dick Ray and he'll fix it up with care. He's always there. Call Dick Ray, he's your heating magician.
Hey, it's Dick Ray. Schedule your furnace tune-up today. Only $79. Call 913-DICK-RAY.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Are you a fan of Twin Peaks? Sign up for our eClub to stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to sign up today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, Casey, when I discovered my new passion, I dove into social media, got on some shows, and soon almost Andy Reid was born. But this winter, there's something new you might discover that's not as great. Issues with your garage door. Don't get stuck in the cold. Get your annual maintenance check for just $100 or a free replacement quote from my friends at Renner Garage Door. They carry top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, trusted locally since 1956.
RENNER, RENNER.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
Chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Finishing off a Friday here on 96.5 The Fan. Getting you ready for Cody and Gold coming up in about 10 minutes or so here. Let me run this one by you, Mac, because you're more of a college fan than Dusty and I, which is great, fair, fine, wonderful. I'm calling out my friend Gene Watson this morning.
Gene! Shout out to Gene.
Yes!
Shout out, Gene. This gentleman roots for Notre Dame and for Texas.
What?
He also roots for IBM, Apple, the Yankees, the Bulls of the 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
Patriots
the
a few years
Chiefs,
ago.
yeah, Patriots in the early 2000s.
Spurs fan for a minute there.
Yeah, hot minute. Was a Spurs fan for about 20 years when Tim Duncan is down there. So, Gene Watson, let me tell you something here.
Watson, yes!
Hey, some Gene.
It's not going to happen, but there is a chance that Texas knocks off my Buckeyes this weekend.
Absolutely.
Right? My Buckeyes, Jim. Jim, my Buckeyes, different person. So if Texas does win, and it's Notre Dame versus Texas, first of all, that's like America
gross.
hates this. But I will actually say, and a total sidebar, I think Texas Notre Dame would be a higher rated game than Ohio State Notre Dame for the fact of that both Notre Dame and Texas, you either like them or you hate them. There is no middle ground. There is no middle ground. So if it is Texas and Notre Dame, and this friend of mine, Gene Watson, is a fan of both of these teams, what are you going to do on National Championship Monday, Gino?
Yeah.
First off, you got to decide.
I
Gino.
agree, right? You got to pick one or the other.
Can't do this. I had to decide. I was Texas A&M fan. I went to Tennessee.
You lost your Texas A&M fandom.
Freshman year, I had Texas A&M banners on my wall. Sophomore year, sorry, it's all orange.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah, I'm a Chiefs fan, Dodgers fan.
There we go.
Come on. This is from Tom Pelissero of the NFL. After several days of discussions about the 2024 season and the future, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy remain open to moving forward together, and the sides are expected to open talks today on a new contract to help keep him in Dallas, per sources. There have been no negotiations yet and still are other issues to work through. McCarthy's contract is set to expire Tuesday, giving Dallas a few more days to work out the deal. Otherwise, McCarthy would be free to pursue other opportunities.
So I think Tom Pelissero, for me, I think he's the best insider out there right now. Because he's not arrogant. He's just a dude, right? I like him. But that right there tells me nothing. That's a word salad right there. That is a word salad.
They plan on moving forward, but there's no discussions yet, and they'll have a couple days to figure things out.
And if he doesn't, he can talk to some other people. So like that's almost like, I don't really want to date you right now, but I ain't really got any other options. So let's kind of see. But you can feel free for the next week to look around if you find somebody better. No skin off my back, and go ahead and do your thing. But pick a side if you're Jerry Jones. Like, just come out there and say, I'm a big fan of Mike McCarthy. It's my football team. I want him to be my coach. I love what Mike's doing here. It's my fault we aren't winning. Why can't you be that guy? Because the way that Jerry's handling it, then that's the trickle-down effect on the fan base. Well, maybe he's not a good head coach. Maybe Jerry doesn't want this guy. Maybe he's not the right guy for this job. If this is the right guy for the job, why can't Jerry Jones just come out and say, hey, I know there's a lot of smoke out there right now about Mike McCarthy. He's the guy that I want coaching this football team. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to work out a deal. And we're going to get this thing done and be done with it and end all this kind of stuff,
You guys want a cool story on a Friday? This is from DraftKings 15 hours ago. Jalen Watson. That's right.
Watson, yes!
Tweeted out, anybody got a shovel I can borrow? This guy named Larry on Twitter said, absolutely not. What do Chiefs players preparing for playoffs have in common with the elderly and disabled? They shouldn't be out there shoveling ice-covered driveways. When and where, and I got you. The guy did it, and Jalen Watson gave him a signed autograph game used jersey.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah. Heck yes, man.
Protect the team and the elderly.
That's right.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I get it. It's for an NFL player, but that guy went and did something nice for somebody. You never know. Got a free jersey out of it that was game used and signed.
Cool.
I mean, Good news there. Tailgate talk, Saturday, Sunday football games tonight as well. Any plans for food or what you're going to do or catering?
Do I need to stack up this weekend? Do I need to no, so we can kind of make our game day decision on game day. We don't have to.
Like, is Saturday the day you do it, or is like Sunday the day you do it?
I think Saturday you cook it all, and then on Sunday you graze on the leftovers.
Yeah, so like Saturday be a perfect chili day.
Could be.
And then Sunday you do the chili dogs. Or you do tacos Saturday night and do taco salad, whatever
you want. You think it'll be nice enough to get the flat top going?
It's always nice enough.
I agree.
You can put it in the garage.
Oh, that's
You ever thought about that?
There's no room, though. That's the other thing.
Move the car. You just shoveled your driveway for what?
Are you talking about temporarily moving it in there?
No, just
permanently.
Just temporarily. Like go in there, move the car out, put the Blackstone in there, Cook it. You keep the garage.
I'm trying to think of the logistics of how I would do that. You've seen the back. It's hard to move things around, you know?
Yeah, but it's not really that heavy.
No.
Like you could easily have one of your daughters help you or Jim.
Not a chance.
Okay. I mean, I have an underhang or an overhang. I have an overhang on my patio, and it sits right there by the door. So, I mean, I could go out there real simply and just...
I kind of shoveled it. I shoveled. My wife's like, why are you out here shoveling? I'm like, the dog needs a path. Like, no.
I did the same thing.
But the dog kind of does, but I was kind of shoveling to see if I could get to the flat
No, you
top.
definitely can. Because, I mean, if you do have you done the Philly cheesesteaks yet?
No.
Super quick and easy.
Yeah, okay.
Because, honestly, you could put the onions and peppers on, shut it, go inside, sip your cocktail.
Right.
Wait 5 minutes, go back out there, shovel them around again, go back in. Obviously, if it was my house as a child, I'd hear the heat's on.
Yeah,
like,
right,
okay,
yeah,
sorry,
right,
but
yeah.
you're about to have some heat for dinner.
Right.
But yeah, you could easily do Philly cheesesteaks, no question.
I did the other
or
day.
the pork chops. I mean, you
the
set
pork chops.
10 minutes, go out there, flip them.
I did brats from Hy-Vee the other day on the flat
10 for
top.
10?
Yeah, they were good, man.
Yeah,
they were really good.
Those are always fun. You just roll them. I feel like those old hot dog vendors. I'm like, who wants a dog over here? You want a dog?
The other thing, though, and somebody just texted this in about the peppers and onions or whatever. You mentioned the peppers and onions. Somebody said steaks on Saturday, fajitas on Sunday. I like cooking the peppers and onions on the blacktop, but then you lose the ability to get that smell inside the house. And I don't know, the peppers and onions cooking in butter, find me a better smell, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Chili cooking, man, or a pot roast. That's another good one for Saturday. Cook the pot roast, and the next day you do stew. Go get rice and cook it and put it over the rice.
Good idea with the pot roast. I was looking at something the other day about a pot roast, and everything's like an Instant Pot recipe. Do people still have the Instant Pots, whatever the hell they're called?
Yeah, I think it's all kind of meshed together. I know they're different, like pressure cooker, crock pot, and Instant Pot. Kind of
where do you cook your pot roast?
In the oven.
Oh, in the oven.
Mm-hmm. I'll get one of those trays.
Yeah.
Do the Mirepoix, the beef stock, throw the roast on top, throw it in there, let it cook, then cover it. And then you drain the juice, put that in a separate bowl, pick out all the potatoes, carrots, and all that stuff. And then you just shred away.
Yeah.
And then if you want to, you can mash your potatoes on your plate, put the carrots on the side, use that gravy to thicken up with a little flour. Hey, done. What?
You do it the fancy way, man. I love it. I was like,
passion.
Instant Pot? You're like, oven. Boom.
Yeah, it's probably a story I just lied about, according to the text yesterday. Somebody says, I flat-topped Sunday in the blizzard to grill steaks for my son's birthday.
Dude.
So I ask you this, 913. Did you do it because you want to, or was because it was the birthday?
Or because it was a combination of everything, like birthday, snow, I'm doing it.
I will say this. I want to cook, because how those Costco ribeyes are so freaking huge, 18 ounces. I want to cook one of those on the flat top.
Do it.
I might. But I don't think there's anything wrong. Man, now I might have to do the Blackstone this weekend.
I still think the best way for
this
scallops.
is why you also need a smoker.
I know.
Because then you're
golden.
just
you
leave it
just
out
set
there,
it,
dude.
forget it. You know?
Oh,
But
yeah.
scallops on the blacktop are really good too, man.
You gotta be
That's
careful.
the only way I can really get a good sear on things.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that, you know.
Gosh, you do breakfast out there?
I do breakfast out there a lot, man. I do breakfast a lot, and then the kids complain. I don't like the eggs. I don't like the eggs.
What?
Why?
Do you want to adopt me?
Come on,
I love everything,
Teenage girls. Why do you think
They don't like because they look different color. They're not like classic eggs.
I don't know. It's just a complaint every time.
Okay.
It's just we have nothing to eat. I make it. We still have nothing to eat.
Well, that's why they DoorDash, because you don't have anything. Oh man,
But we do have stuff.
You don't
to
have
eat.
things ready to.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to be that kid. It's like there's nothing to eat in the
Every
house.
kid, every kid's that.
And my
way.
parents
Every kid.
and then nowadays I'll take a tortilla, a piece of turkey, and a slice of cheese and roll it up. And be like, this is a taquito.
Yes, it's true. Yes.
Squirt a little moisture in there.
Yeah, because you realize, I work hard for this. I pay a lot of money for food. I'm going to eat what's here because I'm an adult. As a kid, you just don't get that. Yeah.
Somebody says, I bet Gold's having Chipotle both days. He's not a cook. He doesn't eat Chipotle anymore because he can't smell. There's no smell for Alex Gold.
No, he
literally told us the other day. I was like, man, that guy's cologne is very pungent. And he's like, I don't smell it.
Yeah, what was he eating at the Chiefs game I was with him at? He was eating
He thought he was eating mashed potatoes.
That's what it was. He thought he was eating
and it was
mashed
potato salad.
No, it was something worse than that.
it was something worse.
It was like
yeah.
mac and cheese. It was something worse. I was with him because he was like, what is this?
No, I thought he thought it was mashed potatoes, but it was potato salad. But it was like, why would they have mashed potatoes on an ice tray? He's like, I don't know. I thought
that's just being stupid.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't need your sense of smell to see mashed potatoes or potato salad.
How beautiful does it look outside right now?
The sun's
Amazing.
out. Can't wait to get out. Yeah,
Is it vitamin B?
D.
Yeah.
My wife started giving me those the other day, and then I looked up what does vitamin D do, right? And it's supposed to be good for you. But then there was like this whole list of other things you need to take with vitamin D. Otherwise, it's like, I'm like, all right.
And I'm out.
There's always vitamin D on Tuesdays in the Fescoe house.
I just want to win, Jen.
That's right. Go do something nice for somebody today, this weekend, tomorrow, and as long as you possibly can. Have a streak with it, because you never know. It can change your day, week, month, or year. Folks, it's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, stay warm. Enjoy the week, and talk to you later.